Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the clock of Peter Loshak, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting up the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Pub Sports Radio. He's Jimmy the Bag. I'm Peter Loshak. We keep on keeping on. It's April now, April 1st, 2025. MLB has started. You know, like half of the MLB seasons start roughly as you expect, and half the MLB seasons start with some crazy ass shit happening. You know, weird balls, weird bats, weird rules, weird this, weird that. And this is one of those years where there's some weird bats going on. And but it's all very interesting. We got the NHL season winding down. NBA, Jimmy the Bag. I was very busy last night, and I apologize. I'm fully prepared for college basketball. I don't know if we're going to talk about it, but I'm 3/4 prepared for NHL, half for NBA, and half for MLB. So the rest I'm going to have to do on the fly during the show. I apologize for that. Is that okay?
No worries. No worries.
All
We
right.
can rock together. I did not put NCAA basketball on the schedule, but if you're fully prepared, we should definitely attack it. It was my fault.
I can just throw some shit out and give out 3 or 4 picks in 45 seconds. We can use that if you want.
Well, we can do that because Stacks play today. Number 1 is UC Irvine plus 1.5. So, it was my fault for not having that up here. We will discuss that. Richo INC, by the way, Richo INC in our chat. He gave us Wu Lee at 18-1 to win the Houston Open here in our chat. Spectacular work. He gave us 3 golfers, and they all had excellent performances. And he's got UC Irvine with the plus 900 to win the NIT. Amsterdam, what else? Kong's Clips with his Kong's Nerfy play of the day right now. That Nerfy play of the day, 2-2 plus 2.56 units. That's a Mets, Marlins, and Tigers, Seattle. Nerfy. Pig Milk play of the day is the Chicago White Sox first 5 money line. We are going to have graphics for the Pig Milk play of the day here shortly. What a performance Billy Friedrich has done with the Pig Milk play of the day. 77-69 plus 18.27 units. We got Lakers Unlimited ready to get to work. Justin McKelvey with his Stacks plays of the day in. Richo INC ready to attack as well. Amsterdam, what else in the house? And there's our guy TJ driving the big U-Haul with my truck in tow down to Virginia. Excited for the show to help me stay awake. Won't be chatting much, but certainly listening. Much love, our guy TJ. Great to have you here. Can't wait to watch you rock this MLB card when you are settled back home in Virginia. Farmville, Virginia is where our guy TJ is going. Dan Kelly in the house. We got MMA Locker Room from Japan, having this great family vacation in Japan. So he's about to get some wine with the wife. Sweaty Butcher in the house, absolutely dominant right now. Is there a hotter NBA capper than our guy, the Sweaty Butcher? 5-0 now on Medicaid Mondays. Another winner yesterday. Wow. Our guy, the Sweaty Butcher.
Really?
Guillermo Zertucci in the house. And he's not the only the Zertucci rocking with us these days. We have Mr. Bitches, Frank Zertucci, rocking with us. And he's a great guy. So it's a lot of fun having Frank rocking with us as well. Of course, Elijah would be rocking with us if he wasn't stepping up for America, standing up for our rights and freedoms in the Navy. Shout out to all of the Zertuccis. And Guillermo just celebrated his 32nd anniversary with his wife. Is that a family that leads by example or what, man?
Leading by example, absolutely. And that's a guy who knew how to get it done from the beginning. You know what I mean? It's like a 32nd anniversary. Like if you learn all the important lessons in life way too late, no, you can always make the best life that you possibly can. But shout out to you, Guillermo Zertucci. 32 years. Holy
32 years, man. He's what a great guy. They celebrate at the LA Kings game, Kings Leafs on Saturday night. A serious business in that house. Dougie Wise, Gorky, ready to get to work. I guess
that means that they definitely didn't meet on a dating app then, right?
Right. Out of high school. Troy Torrance ready to get to work. He's up 15 units in this young MLB season. 9 legacy. By the way, as I said, all records are up to date for all cappers. All records are up to date here. We have Wine Time Sports ready to get to work. Johnny Gunn says his Padres team looks loaded. Rez Mob ready to get to work. The Nuke Worker. Great group here. Great group here. Spooner King Ooh. Kong's Clips. So shout out to Spooner. I got UC Irvine at plus 900 to win the NIT. Troy Torrance, his action is already in. Let's get this copied and pasted here so we can discuss it throughout the show. We have Nutflush Allen, 1-0 on his MLB team totals. That Braves team total under 3.5 was a winner on Friday. We also have a D-backs look here. There's my guy Kelly McInnes in the house, and it's his 59th birthday. Our guy Kelly McInnes celebrating his 59th birthday. Happy birthday, Kelly. What a great guy you are, man. Love capping with you. Smoking the goody good. Always up for capping, getting that cash. God, I love Kelly. So shout out to Alberta, in the house with Kelly McInnes celebrating his 59th birthday, and he would like a birthday pick. Now we want time here for our guy Pistol Pete to deliver. He's got to marinate in this whole card to deliver the winners that we've so often seen over the last 8 years on birthdays of our friends. Pitts is on North Texas a money line, and the Nats plus 1.5. Yes, Pete.
One thing I can tell you, one of the important rules of life that I learned, too late was get it while it's there and give it when you got it. So I got the birthday pick already.
Oh well, let's hear it, man.
It's going to be a college basketball pick, which everyone can bet. With it's not going to be an NIT pick. It's there's a new Vegas tournament that started yesterday and is going today. So it's going to be from one of those games, and I will give it out. It's just there's like 3 or 4 that I'm liking equally. Any one of them could lose by a mile, but I think they're okay. I think it might be DePaul team total over.
DePaul team total over. Platinum Paul in the house, ready to get to work. Kong Slip says, I'm hotter than fish grease right now in college basketball. Up 72 units since the tournament started. Says, absolutely eating. I love to hear that. We have Christopher Carter in the house ready to get to work here. So, again, my fault for not setting up the NCAA basketball on the schedule. When is the best time?
Okay, we got a lot of shit to do. It's just that there's some nice opportunities in some of those minor tournaments sometimes,
There's no doubt about it. So we have we'll figure out when it works to pop all of that in here. Because there's a bunch. I should have had at least the NIT in for sure, but the CBC as well. So that, and the CBC starts at 3 p.m. So when would be the best time for you to attack it?
Anytime. I mean, it is like a general rule that the more minor the basketball tournaments, the less attention's being paid to them, the lower the limits, of course, but the more hanging value you can find, like in the WNCAA tournament. I was betting all first half and first quarter unders, and most of them cashed in the last round of games. So we can let me just look over the games, and then we can take
some time here. We'll start with NHL, of course. So Jose, if you could get the CBC graphics, CBC and the NIT, 6 games in total, and my apologies for not putting that on the schedule. We should roll into that. Why don't we roll into that right after MLB? Why don't we do that? So we'll go.
These lines are fucking moving though. All right, I'll tell you what my picks would be. DePaul team total over. DePaul plus 10. DePaul first half. DePaul Cincinnati full game over. 143.5. Colorado Villanova game over. Although that line is exploding up. I triple.
Well, do you want to go through this right now? Because Jose has it already.
All right, I don't know. That's pretty much it. And then the Tulane USC first half over. And probably USC team total over is
well. Why don't we hammer the NHL card, and then we'll go into the college basketball card here, and before MLB. So we'll go NHL, college basketball, then we'll go into MLB and into NBA here to close up the show. Res Mob in the house. Chill Will ready to get to work. Great to see you, Chill Will. A shout out to the whole Chill Will fam. Our guy Lil Domo, Uncle Mike. Respect. Let's get to work here.
Oh shit!
Friend.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Nuke Worker says Cincinnati will smash DePaul today. All right, maybe I'm wrong there. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. That won't be the birthday pick then.
Spooner says the crown is sketch. Some teams will split the pit between the active players. Some schools will use the NIL towards next year's NIL collection. So, let's get to work though, Pete. In NHL, it's a big, beautiful card for us to attack. Why don't you set us up for our first game? Capitals Bruins.
Okay. Again, there were the ones that didn't have overnight lines. I am. Not fully prepared for, but let me just get my sheet up here, and then we'll get it. All right, Capitals Bruins. This is one game that I took a small sort of like no-brainer bet on. The Capitals, obviously great, right? Lost a bunch of games in a row though, and Boston is they had the coaching change earlier in the year. They got some some short-term boosts from that, but now they've lost however many in a row, like 8 in a row or whatever, and they're really slumping. So now they're back home. They had a bunch of road games where they lost. Now they're coming back home. Who knows what they're going to do here? Are they going to like clamp down on D and try to play better? I'm not convinced of that. And Washington's lost 3 in a row, but they have been getting a lot of shots on goal. So I did take a shot with Washington to score in the first period. It's a big favorite number, but that's okay. I did bet that one. Nothing crazy. Washington is off of above minus 300, one of those patented NHL minus 300 home fave straight up losses. So they've lost 3 in a row now. They've got to be a little bit salty, a little bit hungry. I know you think that they should be faded in the playoffs, and I would agree with that. In this spot, though, I think they'll come out strong. So maybe Washington first period is better, but I bet Washington to score a goal in the first period.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation here with the Capitals, with the only thing to play for is Ovi's Ovi's goal record. They're entrenched into the top of the Met. 47.
They have literally nothing to play for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's no one's bringing enough pressure on them right now. So it's they need to stay healthy. It looks like Sonny Milano is not going to be back. They have nothing. There's no. I mean, yeah, could they catch the Jets for first overall? I think that's the least of their concerns. The least of their concerns is having home ice in the Stanley Cup final right now. They are 3 points back of the Jets with a game in hand. Boston Bruins 30-35 and 9, 19, 12 and 6 at home at TD Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. I had Charlie Lindgren listed. I'm not sure if that's the case. Charlie Lindgren and Jeremy Swayman. Lindgren 16, 12 and 3, 2.65 goals against average, 900 save percentage, 1 shot. He's not been very good this year. Swayman has also not handled the rich contract that he signed. 893 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Washington power play 21.8%, penalty killing 82.2%. Boston power play 15.1%. Penalty killing 76.6%. This line's moved towards the Caps minus 209 to minus 219. And then on the total here for this one, we have a 5.5, and it's juiced to the over at minus 116. There's been 6 cents of movement towards the over. Capitals coming off their third straight loss, 8-5 at home versus Sabres on Sunday. Very uncharacteristically, they've allowed 15 goals over their 3-game losing streak. And they're a healthy group, other than Sonny Milano. Looks like he won't be coming back at this point. He had a setback in his recovery, likely done for the season. Bruins coming off being swept on their 5-game road trip, outscored 23-7 over those 5 games, finished with a 2-1 loss at Detroit on Saturday. Overall, they've lost 8 straight games. Charlie McAvoy is practicing now in a regular, practicing in a regular jersey. There's still no timeline for him to return. If you ask Sacco, he's like, look, the hockey players want to play. So it looks like he probably will come back before the season ends. He hurt his shoulder playing for the States against Finland on February 13th. Hampus Lindholm done for the season. Mark Kastelik, a depth center, but an important depth center, was out for the last 4 games, and he's a big loss to this team. Just 5 goals, 14 points, but 218 hits, 106 penalty minutes. And then you have Fabian Lysell, who's taking over for him, who just doesn't do his job at all. In saying that, I don't really want to be involved. I think the Capitals don't want to play poor defense coming into the playoffs. I think that they'll step up defensively. And I imagine that Boston's very happy to be home, after that horrific road trip. I don't find anything appealing enough. I've made lots of moves here, but I don't find this appealing from a betting standpoint. I don't want to expect the Capitals to smash and grab here.
No, but like Boston's coming home, their season's over, right? So they're going to try to win this game, but are they going to try to clamp down on D?
Well, when they weren't clamping down on D, they allowed 21 goals over those first 4 games of that road trip. So they played better defensively against Detroit and gave themselves a chance to win. We've been destroying late season NHL over the last few years, destroying it. And this is an example of a game that we don't want anything to do with. We're dealing with, we want motivation. We want motivation. We want to attack all those spots where there's motivation, and this one just doesn't have it for me. You
don't think that like Washington, after 3 losses, they're going to at least come out and try to score early?
Well, they scored 5 goals on Sunday. It's not the offense isn't the problem,
right?
So I don't disagree with you. This is not where I want my money.
All right. Okay, I won't make it official then. I did bet it though.
Let's roll into an incredibly interesting game. Florida, Montreal. Set it up for us, my man.
This is one that didn't have an overnight line that I saw, so I didn't do a deep dive into it, but it's the rematch, Florida, Montreal. The last game they played was at Florida, and of course Montreal won that one as a plus 250 road dog. So now they're coming back home, and it's the rematch. And now, Florida, of course, again, a big road favorite, less of a big favorite than they were in the last game. Is this a big revenge spot for Florida? Because as you know, Jimmy the Bag, most of the season, recently Montreal started to lose, but most of the season, I thought Montreal was undervalued. I don't think I ever faded them as a big home dog like this. I guess if I was ever going to do it, it would be in a situation like this. But when we talked at Pubapalooza, I was like, what do you think of Florida? You were like, they should, in general, you're talking about every game. In general, they should be faded the rest of the regular season. We talked about it for a couple of seconds, but I locked it in there, Jimmy the Bag. I remember the important points of that 5-second conversation about Florida. So I know that you are not high, that you think Florida in general should be faded for the rest of the regular season. Here they are as a big road favorite. And unless you think that the revenge is the only factor here that would justify a bet on Florida, I guess we'd be leaning Montreal again.
This is got so many layers into this hockey game, and the layers all start with Niko Mikkola, which we will talk about here in a second. Let's go over the line history quickly for this Florida Montreal spot. We have our guy AM on the under 6.5 minus 140. I get that. Look, I've made a bet on this game as well. This under 6 opened up at minus 107. It's now minus 108. From a money line standpoint here, we have Florida minus 178. They opened up. Here we go. They opened up at minus 187, so we've had a slight move towards the Montreal Canadiens. We have listed, again, these are listed from last night, so let me know if there's mistakes, but Bobrovsky for the Panthers, 31-16-2, 2.44 goals against average, 906 save percentage, 5 shutouts. Against Montembeault, who's not being very good over the second half of the season, 2.91 goals against average, 899 save percentage, 4 shutouts. The Panthers, 20-15-1 on the road, Habs, 18-12-5 at home. Paul Maurice has come out and said exactly what I said to you, basically. He said, look, we don't care about winning the Atlantic. We don't care about home ice advantage. We can beat all these teams. And he's right. He's right. The Panthers coming off having their 2-game winning streak snapped in that 4-2 loss at home to the Habs on Saturday night. And the game was overshadowed by Niko Mikkola. So as the buzzer sounded, the Canadiens winning 4-2, Mikkola did something that I haven't seen. I have not seen. I've seen players wind up at the bench and wind up as just some sort of a fear tactic, but I've not seen anyone fire a slap shot like that, launch a slap shot in the direction of the Montreal's net from behind his own blue line. And it almost hit David Savard. He had to dive out of the way. So, of course, the Canadiens took exception. Chaos ensued. Mikkola was the only player involved in the scrum to face a supplemental discipline. It was a $5,000 fine. So this is added. Now, Wi-Fi, Zaraj is expected to be in the lineup here to beat up Mikkola. Mikkola is a big boy. I don't know why he had to do that. It's not like when Dino Ciccarelli chopped 3 times across the head that scared everybody. Ciccarelli was being picked on every single game, and he just had enough. Here, I don't know what Mikkola is doing. I don't know what he was thinking. He's an idiot, is what he is. And I think Mikkola gets run by other players in the NHL from other teams. Everybody saw what he did. I think he gets his. And maybe he gets his tonight. But due to this extra layer and the Panthers fighting for the Atlantic crown with the Leafs and Lightning, the Habs fighting for the final playoff spot, this game will have a playoff type feel to it. And I'm on the first period under 1.5 at plus 104. I would like to have the full game under, but if things do get out of hand with penalties, and this could hurt my first period under, with things get out of hand with penalties and with running players and the power plays. And these are 2 power plays. Florida 23.9%, Montreal 21.5%. Good, decent penalty killing. Toby Lane says Florida spot, and I wouldn't disagree with you, Toby. I wouldn't disagree with you. The Habs came into their barn and beat them, but, and this is key. This is to what I told Peter last week. You have to go back 8 hockey games to find the Panthers' last regulation victory. 8 hockey games for the last time they won in regulation. This is the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. Marchand has played the last 2 games, his first 2 in the Panthers uniform. He's not on the number 1 power play unit. Aaron Ekblad continues to serve his PED suspension, so he'll miss the final 18 games of the regular season and the first 2 of the playoffs. he was playing better, before he got hurt. 3 goals, 30 assists, 90 hits, 64 block shots, playing 23-31. It's a big loss for him. This is also, he's an unrestricted free agent during the offseason. I imagine they don't re-sign him. They're also missing Kulikov and Matthew Tkachuk. They're also going to be out for the rest of the regular season, of course, the great Matthew Tkachuk. Habs' win over the Panthers came in the final game of their 4-game road trip. They'd lost the first 3. The win snapped a 5-game losing streak, and the Habs recently got 2020 first-round pick Caden Gooley back. They're a healthy group and a dangerous group. And look, it can be a Florida spot if you guys, if that is the angle that you find. But I would not bet them for the rest of the regular season. They're giving us wonderful opportunities to fade them. Now, look, there's a little more animosity in this spot, and the Habs just beat them in their own barn, so there's going to be some anger. So for me, it's just the first period under 1.5. First period under 1.5 at plus 104. This will have that playoff type intensity. I had to decide between the under 6 and the first period under 1.5. And I went with the first period under 1.5. Pete, my friend, that is my breakdown for Panthers Habs. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like the Washington game, I guess, because of you got a big road favorite and obviously top tier team, and you're just wondering how much does motivation really factor in here. Washington coming off of 3 losses, Florida coming off of a loss to this team. Capping the capper, I was about to suggest Montreal team total over maybe 2.5, but now maybe you're implying Florida team total under 3.5 would be better.
Yeah, I find that appealing.
So you think Montreal's going to clamp down and Florida won't care that much?
Exactly.
As opposed to Florida not caring that much, and as a result, Montreal putting up a bunch of goals.
Right. I agree. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I'll take first official play, not the birthday pick. First official play will be Florida, team total under 3.5. It's a high line. They could easily get their revenge win and win it 3-1 or 3-2 or something like that. So 3.5.
The problem is just the empty netters.
I'm sorry?
The problem is just the empty netters. You can be absolutely right in the cap and then it could be 2-1 Florida. Montreal pulls their goalie and Florida gets 2 empty netters. I mean, that's
weird. Why does that happen? Why do they pull their nets when they're down 2? They pull their goalie when they're down 2 because why not? I guess
comebacks have happened in that situation. I don't know why they do it with like 20 seconds left, but they still tend to do that here.
I lost a total this past week like that. I forgot what it was, but it was like there were 2 late goals. But all right, yeah, I'm going to take it. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to take it anyway, though. I'll look around and I'll decide what I want to make official, Jim. But I'll make one play official on this one.
All right, well, let's roll on to a next spot on the board, which I've also attacked. 7 p.m. Eastern, Sabres, Senators, Pete.
Yeah, Buffalo is Ottawa is playing for the playoffs. Buffalo playing for nothing but pride. And a lot of times, those teams that are playing for nothing versus a team that is playing for playoff positioning. So you bet the team's playing for playoff positioning is the exact opposite of what you should do, because all the pressure's on them and no pressure is on the other team. And usually you're getting a big dog line for the other team. And if they are playing for pride, which Buffalo pretty clearly is, then they won't be mailing it in. Huge dog line here for Buffalo. I want to hear what you have to say in the comment section. But before I hear any of that, it's got to be Buffalo or nothing. Lean Buffalo as a huge dog, right?
No.
Okay.
And but K-Wolf has an important part in this. Says the word is Brady Tkachuk might not play tonight. No morning skate. Nick Jensen didn't skate either. Line move. I'm going to play this game live. If the Sens go down, I want plus money. That makes a lot of sense from our guy K-Wolf. AM on the over 6.5 at plus 104. Toby Lane says Ottawa are locked in their position. Scared they don't play that much. And
are they locked? I thought they had motivation.
They do. They can get they can transfer over to the Met. They can catch the Devils and transfer over to the Met. And you know what? I think that is a reasonable opportunity to play the Hurricanes. I don't think the Hurricanes are quite as good if they do get the transfer over spot. And to me here, the Sabres are coming off their 4th win in 5 games, 8-5 of the Capitals on Sunday. They're playing pretty well. Yes, Toby Lane, they are in the Atlantic. That is true. And they can get the transfer over spot if they are ahead of the 3rd place team in the Met. they can transfer over to that spot. So, of course, that's the how the playoffs work here. And there's Nate Dogg 420 in the house. Hassan Terrell also ready to get to work here. So Ottawa power play at 23.7%, 77.1% penalty killing. And AM says goals early and often here, which is a very legitimate possibility, especially with the way Luukkonen has been playing and the Sabres' defensive gaffes. And also, Rasmus Dahlin is not 100%. Their last 3 games have all been very high scoring. So the Buffalo Sabres over the last 3 games, 34 goals have been scored in their last 3 games, in the last 3 Sabres games. And these are 2 teams. Well, Buffalo's power play is dropped, a little bit. They don't have strength down the middle, and Dahlin's hurt. But both penalty killings weak, and Ottawa's power play is strong. Jordan Greenway day-to-day, Josh Norris likely done for the rest of the season. The Senators had their 2-game winning streak snapped in 1-0 overtime loss at Pittsburgh on Saturday night. For me, they just lost to these Sabres 3-2 in Buffalo 8 days ago. The Sabres are a healthy group. And in all honesty, I would prefer to have not bet it when I did if Tkachuk is out for this game. But this is a Sabres team that has won 5 of their last 6 home games. They're coming back off of a 1-0 overtime loss at Pittsburgh. They're facing a Sabres team that just beat them 8 days ago. I think they're ready to play some good hockey here. I think they care about this game. I think they care about playing at home. I think the Sabres are ripe for a beating. They're so weak down the middle, and they're scoring enormous amounts of goals. So for me, I took the Senators on the -1 line, and I did it with confidence. Now, it is a concern. Shout out to Just My 2 Cents. We got Jeff Slaughter in the house as well. Great to see you guys. Look, there's a concern here with Tkachuk maybe being out, and this line has gone now a 20-cent move away from the Senators, a 13-cent move, towards the Sabres. And that must mean that Tkachuk is out, wasn't in the morning skate. Shout out to Jay Dubb. Great to see you. Nate Dogg 420. Ziggy Balls in the house. Joe Tadero ready to go. And Nupflesh on says 34 goals, exactly to my point in the comment above. When you are done, the defensive motivation really falls. Yes, the defensive motivation falls. The fight falls. And I think that the Senators will take care of business with Tkachuk in the lineup or not. And I wish I had have waited. And maybe this is good. Maybe this is good for Ottawa. Have Tkachuk not be in the lineup and force everybody else to step up, which I think they're more than capable of. So I'm on the Senators on the -1 line. I probably would have been better off waiting to bet it, but that's my action, Pete.
Interesting. And the over is now down to just 6. Why wouldn't you like that?
Well, I don't, me, I don't believe what I've just seen. I don't. So look, Sabres are playing very high scoring hockey. The Senators just came off a very, very low scoring playoff type feel. The Senators are setting themselves up for the playoffs. We just saw these teams playing a low scoring game. I imagine a lot of people will be on overs and can get that cash. For me, I don't want to get in the way of where I think my edge is. My edge is these teams, coming into the playoffs. Jay Kopp also says Sabres 3-0 against the Sens. They know that. And shout out to our guy Luke Murphy, esteemed author Luke Murphy, heading to Markham tomorrow for the Ringette Provincials. Shout out to our guy Luke Murphy. Great to see you, man. And DC Capper, what up, my man? All good. What do you think?
One quick question about the Florida-Montreal game. Montreal needs another win, don't they?
Desperately. They're tied with the Rangers, 77 points. This is. There's nothing else happening in Montreal tonight. There's only one thing happening, and that's the defending Stanley Cup champions are coming to town, and the Habs need a win. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody cares about it. You don't talk about anything else.
All right. Official play will be Florida first period team total under 1. So I get a push if they score 1, and I'll find the best line for that. But that's what I'm going to do here. And I'm also this one. You're right. I'm going to pass on Washington scoring the first period. I think I'm going to take Ottawa to score in the first period, though. That's going to be a big line, though. But is Buffalo going to D up here?
It'd be hard to imagine them doing that.
They might D up after they give up a goal. All right. Yeah, so those are 2 official plays I'm going to give. I'm going to shop around for the best line. I'll let you know what I find, all right?
Oh, so you're also going to be on the 3 under 3.5 as well?
For Florida?
Yeah. Or just the first period?
No, I'm going to think about that. I'm saying I'm going to take Ottawa first period score and Florida first period under 1 team total.
Okay. Sends first period over a half. Okay, you'll get the juice there. All right, let's roll on, Pete, to Predators Jackets, another game I'm on.
Yeah, this was one that I didn't get a chance to look at on the overnight line. Columbus obviously is a big favorite here, and Nashville, disappointing season. They're winding things down disappointingly. They lost to Philly, but of course Philly has some mojo. They lost at home to Vegas. Vegas is a quality team, if maybe overrated. Lost at home to St. Louis. St. Louis is a borderline juggernaut right now. So Nashville is very fadeable. And then you got Columbus, who is, a team that can get you a win. It's a big favorite line. I'd be leaning Columbus, but the line is high. So I will not. I want to hear what you have to say first. Is this an auto play on Columbus here?
I imagine that this is the best bet on the board in NHL, and we'll figure that out as we move through it. Jackets -1. Yeah, it's expensive. You get about a -1 between a -115 and a -120 using the -1 calculator. There's been a huge move towards the Jackets, and rightly slow. -157 all the way to -191. So it's just a huge 34-cent move towards them, and rightly so. This total is a 6. It's -111 to the under. It's a clash of two different styles. Another thing, though, and again, this is just something you got to keep. I don't know if you'll be able to use it here, but if the Columbus Blue Jackets are about to go into a shootout, bet them live as fast as you can. Run. Bet them as fast as you can. They're by far the best shootout team in the NHL. Like, it's uncanny. They have so many weapons, at their disposal to score, but also it's Merzlikins. He gets so competitive. It's like the perfect opportunity for him to show his skill set. The competitive nature of him, it gets in his way. It's gotten in his way his whole career, but it seems to help him in shootouts. They're by far the best team in the NHL with the shootouts. We have UC Saros going up against Elvis Merzlikins here. Saros, look, he's got the big contract extension. I don't know why they gave it to him. He's not been very good. Justice Annunen has been getting more starts than him of late. But they're on the second half of a back-to-back. Nashville power play 21.7%. Watch it continue to drop. 80.9% penalty killing. Columbus 18.7% power play, 75.3% penalty killing. Predators are on the second half of a back-to-back after suffering their third straight loss, 2-1 at the Flyers last night. Listen to this. The Predators have played the 5 straight unders, Peter, and 11 of their last 12 games have gone under.
Well, they can't score. Are they playing D?
They are. Well, they lose now. They don't have Roman Josi, who creates so much of their offense. Stamkos has been done. Marchessault has just been horrific. Now he's hurt, so Nashville can't score and is not scoring. They scored 4 goals over their past 3 games. They've scored 8 goals over their past 5 games. So they lose Josi, who's their Norris Trophy winning defenseman. Now they have Colton Sissons out with a lower body injury. He's their face-off winner. He's their penalty killer. He's got hands of stone, but he's big and fast. He can play well. Marchessault day-to-day, he didn't play Monday. He has 1 assist in his last 10 games. I mean, he's just been horrible. Absolutely horrible. So that means, with these guys out, Matthew Wood and Jacob Vrana come in. They just get worse. They get worse. The Jackets -1 is the best bet on the board. I don't see. I'd be surprised to see if there's a better bet on the board. T says he agrees with Columbus in regulation. Jeff says Jackets have lost last 4 versus the Predators. AM's on the over 5.5. Said this should be -142-ish. I get that. Jacob says Preds have scored 3 goals or less once or every game except once in their last 12 games. So Toby Lane saying yes, Columbus Blue Jackets big. This has got to be the best bet on the board. The Jackets are in this race. The Jackets need to win. They must win. And the Predators don't care. They don't care.
That's what I'm saying.
They wish they were in Cancun. But they're still playing well defensively and unable to score. So it's it's for me, it's simple. It's just Jackets -1. It's a great bet.
Okay. Scares me. I hope you cash. I'm going to stay off this one, Jim.
Sounds good. Let's roll in the Lightning Islanders.
Well, another tough one, right? Tampa Bay off of 3 big home wins. Last home win was against the Islanders. Islanders now lost 5 in a row. One of those was at Tampa Bay. Then the next night they lost at Carolina. Now they're back home, so it's not a perfect home and home. Isles had a game against Carolina in between. And again, Isles are fighting for a spot in the playoffs. Tampa Bay is playing, but for positioning, of course, they're in. So obviously Tampa Bay, all things, being equal, a far, far better team than the Islanders. I assume you would agree with that. But, here we are, Islanders with a big, home dog line, relatively low total. My leans, before I hear what you have to say, would be Islanders and under. Stronger lean to the under, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the question is, what will the motivations be here, and how much worse are the Islanders actually? They're a lot worse.
This is the same. Now, there are some differences. And shout out to our guy Kongs Clips, PSR Gold member for 21 months. The difference is the Lightning are not at home anymore. But we saw them last week. There was a situation where, Tampa was coming off of a 6-1 win. Utah was coming off a 5-1 loss. It was a situation where you would want the angry team coming off the loss. And I said, everyone, this isn't the time of year to look for that. This is the time of year where the Lightning have to win the Atlantic. They have to win the Atlantic. The Leafs probably feel the same way, but the Lightning have to win the Atlantic. And they've been bad on the road all year, 16, 17, and 3. And look, they beat the Islanders. They destroyed the Islanders. But they got lazy. They were up 4-0. They're up 3-0 after the first, 4-0 after 2. The Islanders scored 3 goals. The Islanders play with heart and character, but it's a stressful time for Islanders. Patrick Waugh is a very intense, fiery coach, and this is not the right time of year, to be out of the playoffs and have a really intense, fiery coach. It's just not fun coming to the rink. The Lightning have to win this game. They have to. Shout out to Nasty Nate in the house. And look, the line's moving against me slightly. This total is 6. It's minus 110 to the over.
They have to win this game for positioning, you mean?
They have to. Yes, they have to win this game. This is such a crucial hockey game for them to win. Not only, let's say you can't get to win the Atlantic. Well, you need home ice against the Panthers. At a fucking minimum.
Right.
This has opened up minus 170. It's now minus 165. This did go down to minus 158. It's been bouncing all over the place. Look, I imagine that sharp money was going to be on the New York Islanders. I don't care. I don't care. The Islanders' power play's gotten a little bit better. They're getting healthier. Still second worst in the league. Stimmy OG big on the under 6 in this one. Vasilevsky playing like a Vezina Trophy winner. And Sorokin always steps up when he plays Vasilevsky. Either when Russian goaltenders play each other, they step up. Lightning coming off their third straight win, 5-3 at home over these Islanders on Friday. The Islanders had to go. So both teams play each other on Friday. Then on Saturday, the Islanders had to go to Carolina. So they lose their fifth straight game, 6-4. That was a tough game against Carolina. Well, the Lightning have just been sitting there chilling, knowing how important this road trip is, knowing how bad they've been playing on the road. They know they need to play better. Tampa Bay's completely healthy group. Now, the Islanders have gotten healthier. But this here, and look at this. If we get to 100 likes, a Loshak and Jimmy the Bag T-shirt giveaway. I did miss that. Sorry, I was kind of locked in here with the capping. So if we can get to 100, we'll give away a Bag and Loshak T-shirt. And shout out to our guy Jeff Slaughter.
Jim, let me ask you a quick question. I'm about to make an official play here. So Tampa Bay has to win this, right? That means they're going to come out and just try to put up 3 in the first period like they did before, or they're going to be, more defense oriented. Yeah, I assume the Islanders will be that way as well, right?
I have been under the assumption since the Lightning came home on that, 5 or 6 days ago, that the Tampa Bay Lightning will have the best record in the National Hockey League over the last 13 or 14 games of the season. That's my assumption. I'm betting it as such. I've been betting it as such. I've been betting the Lightning -1 every game, and I will continue to do so. Now, they haven't been very good on the road. Can you flip the switch, start playing good on the road? I mean, that's what, Cooper's hoping. Steve G says, is Vasi confirmed? I don't have him confirmed, no. So, shout out to K Wolf, my man. So, look, these spots, 3 months ago, I wouldn't be on the Lightning here. I think the Lightning are a wagon. They're making me money every game. This is a crucial road trip. They're playing an Islanders team where they were up 4-0 and they came right back, so they should be sharp and ready to go. And I think that players on the Islanders are dreaming of Cancun. They don't want to look up at Patrick Waugh's face. Guys burning holes through their jersey. So,
you don't think they're fighting for a playoff spot?
I mean, they are mathematically fighting for a playoff spot here. There's no doubt about it.
Really, right.
They've lost 5 straight hockey games. but there was a chance that they would get in. They have to leapfrog the Rangers. They have to leapfrog the Habs. They have to leapfrog the Jackets. They have to, they're on pace with the Detroit Red Wings, who I think win here tonight. So look, I don't want look there, and that's why it's so intense. Like it's Patrick Waugh is God. You should watch him back there. His face is getting red. He's so angry. I think the Lightning are going to play very well all the way through to the end of the regular season and win the Atlantic Division and get me paid. Plus 425.
I was thinking of trying to look for some kind of under here, either first period, full game, some team total under, but I guess maybe not now.
You know what? The under is more appealing as we discuss it. More appealing as we discuss it right now. You're getting the 6. I mean, I'm surprised that it would open up. I guess so. I guess there's been a 4-cent move to the under since it opened. And look, but this isn't your mama's Islanders, man. This is not the Islanders that were just playing boring hockey at UBS Arena, putting everybody to sleep. Destroying the West Coast teams every time they came in. I know we're talking about a Lightning team here, but this is just not them. It's not them, and I've lost money expecting them to play defensive hockey because they're just not made for it. When you look, it's not Pelican Pullock playing all the time. You have Romanov up there with D'Angelo. These are the guys that are. You have little D'Angelo on the ice. Like this is. But I guess the under 6 has some appeal.
Yeah, no, I mean you look. Yeah, they're getting smoked even by mediocre offensive teams. All right, I'm going to pass, Jim. Interesting matchup, though.
Let's roll on.
Hello?
Let's roll on.
What's okay. No, you dropped out for a second for me. All right, here we go. Detroit, St. Louis. St. Louis, we've talked about them in these videos, Jimmy the Bag. As you know, I've kind of, read between the tea leaves a while back on St. Louis, and I just kind of got the sense that they were maybe going to be a high-character team. And that has proved to be the case. Like right after I started to get that feeling, they started to go on a nice winning run. They've now won 9 in a row, playing great defense, right? Detroit, a team that has underachieved a little bit. They're not great, but I don't think they're quite as bad as their one-loss records and final scores over the past bunch of games have indicated. So now you're getting a huge dog line here, or a big dog line. I would love to try to take Detroit here in some way, but I just cannot fade St. Louis right now. So I guess it's going to be a pass for me. And then they're also getting one of their prospects here who's going to debut for them, Jimmy Snuggerud, which is a great name. I might maybe one day I'll just go incognito, change my name to Pete Snuggerud. St. Louis is not a team I feel comfortable fading at all in any shape or form right now, Jim.
Well, look, I was wrong about when Colton Parayko went down. I thought it would hurt the Blues. They've shown a ton of character, like you guys have said.
Yeah.
And Monty's a phenomenal coach. Binnington has stepped up since the Four Nations. Cam Talbot going to be in the other crease. Detroit power play 28.8% is dropping a little bit. Their penalty killing very poor. St. Louis, if there's an Achilles heel with their character and their defensive play, it's their penalty killing. It's weak. And they're going up against a top 3 power play in the league. Vegas has the number 1 power play in the league right now, but they're going up against the top 3 power play in the league. Let's go through this line history here quickly and look at our guy Toby Lane saying that the Detroit money line is the best bet to me. And this total is a 6. It's minus 117 to the under. This opened up at 5.5. It's climbed a half goal to 6. I would guess that the models have power play goals being scored in this hockey game. And when you get the special teams goals, your games go over. And that's why I had expected a ton of Red Wings games to go over. I'm not that shrewd of an over better. I prefer unders. St. Louis is a minus 165. Does that sound like a team that's on a 9-game winning streak? This line is not moved. It's just sitting there right where it opened. It's interesting. We have the Wings coming in off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 2-1 win at home over the Bruins on Friday. There are 3 points out of a playoff spot, and they're playing for their lives. I am on the Detroit Red Wings in the first period of this hockey game.
That's what I was thinking, Jim, but go ahead.
I wish I had the balls of Toby. I respect it. I respect it. I imagine Turnsey is going to be on the Red Wings here. Now, they have Andrew Kopp done for the season. Elmer Soderblom and Carter Mazer are week-to-week, couple left wingers, depth wingers, and defenseman Eric Gustafson is out. The Blues are rolling. They're coming off their 9th straight victory, 2-1 at Colorado on Saturday. Their defense has been phenomenal over this streak. In their last 9 games, they've allowed 13 goals, and only one team has scored more than 2 against them, all without Colton Parayko, who they hope will return for the playoffs. And Binnington's been incredible since the Four Nations. But this is the interesting spot here that I'm attacking. This is the first time that they've had 2 days off in a row over the streak. They've not had 2 straight days off in a row on this whole streak. They've been playing playoff type hockey every second game, back-to-backs every second game. And now they have a couple days off and they've switched cities and they've come home. And you have to look at where they are, and I don't know how you cannot think, wow, we did it, guys. We did it. We're about to pass Minnesota for the first wild card spot. We did it. I don't know how they won't feel that way when the Detroit Red Wings know if they lose this game, their season is over. Now, if you trust them full game like Toby is, my balls aren't big enough. But the first 20 minutes, can the Blues keep playing at this level of defensive intensity after 2 days off and now coming home? Or are they going to take a breath? Because the market's telling us they're going to take a breath. This market's not moving towards the Blues. This is a St. Louis Blues team that's won 9 straight games against a team in the Detroit Red Wings that's won 15 of 35 games on the road in regulation. Why is this line not moving? My thought is because they're taking a breath. They've done it. Now, do they want a 10-game winning streak? Sure. But they did it. They're going to be in the playoffs. They climbed out of this hole with their coach, Monty. They've come home after a trip. They've come home, take care of the family, deal with shit like that. And the Red Wings know if they lose this game, season's over.
You're like the Garrison Keillor of hockey narratives. It's unreal. It's fun just to listen to you.
Well, thank you.
I'm convinced. I'm going to take Detroit first period. I'm going to take +0.5, I think.
And Billy Fraser says Monty doesn't let them become complacent. Look, I get that. Monty's a hell of a coach. But this is similar to the 7-game win streak in baseball, switching cities. Similar. But it's also the first time they've had 2 straight days off and they've come home. Look, we'll see. We'll see how it bangs out. But I like, the fact that Toby Lane says this, that's his best bet on the board. This line's not moving. I'm on them first period. Gives me a lot of confidence. I got +130 on the first period. That was a cent better than was being offered offshore. I was at 365. This Wings team has been off since Friday. They know how much is on the line. Then they're coming in on the road. When everything is on the line, I want my team on the road. I know it sounds crazy, but when everything's on the line, they're the enemy. They're in enemy territory. They know it gives them even more of an edge. Now, in the 7-game series, you want Game 7 at home. Don't get me wrong. And AM says he's only playing the under 5.5 because he doesn't think it should be at even money. I get that. I'm on Detroit first period +130, and we roll on. Pete, we got. I'm going
to take Detroit first period +0.5 -180.
Loshak on Wings first period +0.5 -180. Jake Kopp on the Wings team total under 2.5 at -110. Nate Dogg says that doesn't stop the hunger the Blues have. I disagree, but we don't have to agree. That's part of the fun. The Blues have done it. They did it. They climbed out of the hole. They had 9-game winning streak. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're either going to play Vegas, it looks like, or Winnipeg. They did it. Now they need to get healthy. Stay healthy, get Parayko back. 2 days off, come home. Take care of family things.
Yeah, and it might not need to stop it, but if it reduces it just a bit in the early part of the game, you got a good bet there.
I think so. Let's roll on. We roll on to Flames, Utah.
All right, Flames, Utah. Let me just find this one. Oh yeah, man, this is another tough one. What's the line here? Yeah, Utah is a big favorite. Of course, Calgary, fighting for their lives. They're on a back-to-back. They got a comeback win at Colorado in their last game. So Calgary, of course, is a scrappy team fighting, good character team. This is a tough spot for them. And Utah, lost a bunch of games in a row. Now they're coming back home where they, tend to have a good home advantage. I believe they have a good home record this year in general, or at least recently. So does Colorado, though. So Utah's a huge favorite here. I don't know what to make of this one. Calgary is desperate. They want it, but Utah's a quality team. High line, though. Pass for me. What do you think, Jim?
I love Utah here. Love them.
Mm-hmm.
I love them on the -1 line. It's a great, great spot for them, I believe. And, I think it's a really, really great spot in my estimation. You take a Utah team not playing well and you make them a huge favorite, right? Who would want them at this number? They open up at -172. The line moves towards them quite quickly, gets up to -184 by 3 a.m. Right now it's -180, so an 8-cent move towards Utah. Who would possibly want Utah as this big of a favorite against the Flames team that just showed all their heart and character against Denver? They're going from elevation to another spot of elevation. They put everything on the line for that last win. They have no chance. They're 5 points back of the Wings. They're not making the playoffs. This total's gone from 6 to 5.5. We have Wolf in net. And I thought, God damn, I bet you I don't see anybody on the Utah Hockey Club here. Anybody. Why would they? How could they? With the biases going on. Vejmelka playing really well right now. Wolf in net. Vladar was yesterday, so Wolf, they're better goaltenders in net. He is dealing with some issues. He's tired. It's been a long season. Never had a season like this. Flames are on the second half back-to-back. That was that third period comeback. Come on, they're playing without their young sniper Connor Zary, and they come back against the Avalanche and put it all out on the line, and they now have to do it again. Utah snapped their 3-game losing streak with a 5-2 win at Chicago on Saturday to finish their 3-game trip. They've had the break. They've come home. They've had the break. Liam O'Brien likely out for the rest of the season. Doesn't matter. Ole Mata day-to-day with a lower body injury. And Steve G saying, I don't like taking Utah home. That's fair. They've won 15 of 36 games in regulation. The Calgary Flames road record is the exact same as the Utah's home record. I don't need to read between the lines. And shout out to our guy, Rich H. in Puerto Vallarta. Hope you're having a great time, Rich H. Look, I this is a great spot. I think that the Utah Hockey Club wins by margin. You're just asking for too much. Calgary gave you everything they had. Everything that they had last night. And now they play a Utah team. Don't forget, Utah lost 8-0 at Tampa. Utah had been outscored 13-1 in 2 games and then beat Chicago 5-2. Utah comes back home, gets a little break, and who in their right mind would want Utah at this number? It's not moving towards Calgary. Irish King and everybody in the chat says Calgary easy work. And good luck, you guys.
They gave everything they had at Colorado, but they didn't give everything they had and more. So maybe the and more is for this game.
No, if when I was growing up, if anybody said that they gave over 100%, like 110%, 120%, 200%, my dad would write them off as an individual. And I followed in his footsteps. There's no more than everything.
I give 102% to my capping in this.
Don't say that out loud, Pete. Don't say that out loud.
102%. That's
Don't
only
say that out loud,
more than 100.
I'm on Utah -1. It's Utah by margin.
Yeah. Wow. I might be on this, Jimmy the Bag. Ziggy Balls likes Utah. Toby Lane, Flames is my second best bet. The vibe in this team is absolutely insane. But
yeah,
this is also
the biases are going to take money out of Capper's pockets, I believe, in this spot.
Wow. Gosh. All right. I might be on this, Jim. As of right now, I'm going to pass, okay?
Let's roll on to Oilers Knights, and we got to speed it up a little bit.
All right. Sorry about that. It's just so much fun here. Edmonton, Vegas. Edmonton off of an OT win, but they've been very 50-50 lately. Of course, Draisaitl and McDavid were out. Draisaitl is back now. McDavid's still out. Vegas overvalued, I think, based on what you tell me, Jimmy the Bag, but they're still good at home, right? So they're definitely a team that I would be looking to fade in spots on the road. At home, less so. Here they're a big home favorite. Edmonton does have Draisaitl back. They're off an OT win. I'm not sure what to make of this. Vegas like a -150 or so favorite.
This is tough. I'm surprised Vegas is not a bigger favorite. Quite surprised. The the Oilers have let go. So the Oilers will have to beat the Kings in a 7-game series. We'll have to beat the Kings at home. Vegas has wrapped up first in the Pacific. They can't catch Winnipeg. They're going to be the second seed here, so there's nothing they can do. It's a real tricky spot where my edge now, my motivation, my edge is not here in this game. And I do want to say that Jack Eichel is absolutely phenomenal. Can have a 100-point season this year. God, he's spectacular. Single-handedly giving them the best power play in the National Hockey League. If you're trying to teach a kid or someone to play hockey, you just tell them, watch Eichel on the power play. That's how you play on the power play. He's just such a phenomenal hockey player. How the Sabres would have messed that up is beyond my comprehension. Pickard's going to be in net. Pickard's going to be in net for a bit. Skinner's hurt right now. Pickard 18-8-1, 2.7. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Get this here. There we go. Aiden Hill on the other side. Aiden Hill been playing very good since the Four Nations. Edmonton power play 25.3%, dropping a little bit without McDavid, 76.9% on the penalty kill. Vegas 30.8% power play, 75.5% on the penalty kill. Oilers coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 3-2 overtime win at home versus the Flames on Saturday. McDavid will be out for at least another week with that lower body injury. Matthias Ekholm and John Klingberg also out of the lineup dealing with injuries. Knights coming off their 6th straight win, 3-1 at the Predators on Saturday. Hurdle is not going to come back this week. He's not played since the 4-2 win against Tampa on March 23rd. Hurdle's been good. Not great, but good. 31 goals, 59 points. But he's come on huge. 8 goals in his past 10 games. I think AM is probably right on this under 6.5. You'd have to think the Oilers are going to play with a ton of intensity, knowing that McDavid's not in the lineup and knowing that this is a team that they're going to have to get through if they want to win the Stanley Cup. Petrangelo also, he's close to returning. Cassidy said he doesn't expect him to play today, but he's very, very close to returning here in this one. I think that's a pretty shrewd look is the under. We've seen this line not moved, showing us that despite McDavid not being in and despite there being issues around how important this motivation, this total is at 6.5. You can get minus 118 on the under right now. You can either get a juiced over 6 or a juiced under 6.5. I think you're right. I think you were right, AM. I think that is probably a shrewd look on the under. I think that the Oilers play with intensity and struggle to score. I don't know how much the Knights care. I'm not sure if I add it to my card, but I'm certainly going to take another look at it. Anything you want to add to this game before we roll on to Sharks Ducks?
No, not really, no.
All right, let's roll on to Sharks Ducks. Why don't you set that one up?
All right, Sharks, Ducks, obviously 2 interesting teams. San Jose, both these teams are young and kind of playing for the future. Anaheim, obviously, considerably better. So with San Jose, you're getting what I would expect. Surprising wins as big dogs and then absolute blowout losses surrounding those. And that is what we've seen from San Jose. They're also nice, they can have some nice goal props, of course, because in games where you accurately assess that they're going to come at least offensively, their goal lines are very low. And so here they're a decent-sized dog against Anaheim, who's off a loss to Toronto. And I did bet this one, but I just bet the over. Very straightforward. I took 6. I think I got minus 125 or something like that. Anaheim could even win 6-0. You'd easily see it be 3-3 and then go to OT. If you gave me a free play on it, sure, I'd throw it on Anaheim as far as the side is concerned. I did make a bet on the over, and I took 6. What do you think?
I had question mark here from 5 p.m. yesterday. I was surprised that the 6.5 that opened. Excuse me, that was plus. It was plus 103 to the over. I was surprised that the 6.5 didn't, head over, get bet. It moved to 6 within a couple hours, and it was a legit 6. That 6 started getting bet to the over. And then we saw when the show started, this had a move for the first time to over 6.5 with a little bit of VIG, minus 103. That stopped. There was a quick 4-cent move 30 minutes later towards the under. There's just red flags in this hockey game. First off, Sharks coming up, as you said, their second straight lopsided loss at 8-1 to the Kings on Sunday. They just lost to the Rangers 6-1 at home a night earlier. I mean, this is National Hockey League. There's jobs on the line. I imagine that they play better here. And they're missing 4 defensemen: Jan Ruda, Vincent Desharnais, Henry Thune, and Jimmy Schultz. I mean, it's no surprise. And they have terrible goaltending, Georgiev. Then you have the Ducks, who had their 2-game winning streak snapped in that 3-2 loss at home to the Leafs on Sunday. They've been playing very good hockey teams, and now the Sharks come to town on the final game of a 5-game homestand. It's just, for me, it's just there's too many red flags on the Ducks side. I had the Ducks against the Rangers. Now, sure that they were down 4-2 with 5 minutes left. I was lucky to get the cash. I kind of screwed. I mean, I got the plus 130 on the Ducks, but I kind of screwed up by taking the under 6 in that game as well. So it didn't make much money off of it. But look, I'm a Ducks backer. I back the Ducks all the time. Situationally here, I don't know. You have the worst team in the National Hockey League coming in. You leave on a road trip tomorrow. Something just does. You have the Sharks off getting absolutely embarrassed. There was enough red flags. And then I wanted the over. The over makes so much sense from an X's and O's narrative, but why did it not move towards the over? Why,
is San Jose, is there any reason to think that I guess they are professional players with professional pride. If you give up 14 goals in 2 games, 19 goals in 3 games, maybe you do clamp down at least for 1 game, I guess, even if you're winning.
I would think so. I mean, you'd be being embarrassed. Again, it's just, and then it's such a fishy line on the Ducks. It's such a fishy line on the Knights. I mean, there's some fishy lines out there. If you think that you're getting a great advantage here, then by all means, take it. It's a fishy line on the Blues. You could say it's a fishy line on the Lightning. All of that is completely valid. This does not appeal to me at all. So I'm going to stay off of it. Your over makes a ton of sense from first look, but I don't find it appealing.
What I might do is if the first period is scoreless and you can get over 4.5 live, start of the second period, that might be worth a shot, right?
Yeah, there's just nothing on the line between these two teams, and I find it. I know that Cronin is a hard ass, man. He's going to be on the Ducks. He's going to be very concerned about the Ducks in this spot, I imagine. Cronin with this young team. You played the Leafs. You played the Rangers. You're talking about these very popular teams. You're filling out the arena. Now the Sharks come to town on the last game of a homestand. It's just doesn't. It was so hard for me not to bet the Ducks against the Leafs. Game 4 or 5 game homestand. I was like, look, the Leafs are trying to get that win the Atlantic. It's so important to them. So important to the Lightning and the Leafs. They're the teams trying, and we know the Panthers aren't trying. I'm off of this spot.
All right.
And Travis Green has said that Tkachuk won't play. Thank you, K-Wolf. Tkachuk won't play. Honestly, the issue here then with that Senators bet is I wish I had waited just to get a better line. I think the Senators step up tonight. Let's roll into our final spot on the board. You want to add anything to your Sharks Ducks?
No, but my prediction for the game is first period 0-0. Then I'll bet the over 4.5 live, and the second period will be Anaheim 4, San Jose 1. Goes over before the third period starts. That's my prediction.
Like it. Just my 2 cents. Fishy line 2-piece. Lightning Knights at plus 156. Lightning Knights plus 156. Let's roll on, Pete. Final game.
All right. Well, I did kind of no-brainer bet this one, Winnipeg, LA. I'm sure you can probably guess what I bet. Winnipeg, excellent, winning. They're now on the road. LA had 2 losses. Then they blew out San Jose. And, does Winnipeg care that LA won the first 2 games this season? I'm not exactly sure. But I auto bet appropriately, bet size appropriately, the under at 5.5. Got whatever I got, like minus 130 or whatever it was. And I don't know. Obviously, these are 2 strong defensive teams, 2 quality teams. If this were a playoff game, I'd feel very comfortable about that bet. As a regular season game, less so. LA is a small home favorite. Of course, they are great at home in general. What do you think? LA is this a nice spot to get LA at home as a very small favorite, or is the under a solid bet even at 5.5 juiced?
I guess it's got to be the under. I told you guys here with the Jets. I told you that with Dallas Stars rolling, that the Jets are forced to step up. I wanted you guys to understand that. And so when they played the Devils, and the Canucks, those 2 teams scored 1 goal combined against them. But now they head out onto the road against the best home team in the National Hockey League. So and the Jets know that if they lose a couple games here, They're not going to have the opportunity. They're not going to win the Central. And then things get so much more difficult. I mean, so much more difficult. You have a Jets team that's, destined to play the lowest and also, win the home ice throughout the playoffs, but play the weakest team, that makes the playoffs. Instead, they'll have to play the Colorado Avalanche. Good God. So there's so much on the line for the Jets. So much on the line. And the Stars are not going to start losing anytime soon. I hope you got in on the futures as we've talked about it throughout the season. So this is just very difficult. Both teams need to win. You have a Kings team that kind of released all of that anger against a very, very, very weak Sharks team on Sunday. They also have 3 forwards who are day-to-day. 3 forwards that they need in the playoffs. Tanner Jeannot for toughness. Alex Turcotte and Alex Laferriere is sick. And the Jets are missing centers Rasmus Kupari and Gabe Vilardi. They're also missing Neil Pionk, who's out with a lower body injury. So they need these guys back. And then this under 5.5 is minus 141. Should it have gone from minus 130 to minus 141? Probably. Probably. So, I could take the under 5. But then there's so many games that end at 5, and so I didn't know what to do here. It was just too expensive to bet the under.
Yeah.
So,
and you can't do the first period under, because then what if it's like 1-1? That happens all the time, and it winds up, 2-1 final score.
Yeah, it's just the whole. I can't get involved. I don't think at this point. It's 2 good hockey teams, 2 good defensive teams. The market knows what it's doing. So here we have Guillermo Zertucci on these Vegas Golden Knights on the puck line. But that's not they're not 16-0 versus the puck line though, because we just watched them lose to the Kings. It was March, but they've won the last 3 games on the puck line, but if you go back to their 4th game, they lost to the Kings 6-5. But you're right, all these other ones are and then you go back, they lost what, 2 in a row to Dallas Columbus. So it's not quite 16, but yeah, at home they just lost to the Kings 6-5 at home on March 9th. That was 4 home games ago. They beat Tampa 4-2 covered. They beat Detroit 6-3. They beat Boston 5-1. Then they lose to the Kings 6-5. That was just 4 games ago. Oh, but
maybe he means something like they haven't had just a 1-goal win at home going all the way back to December 6th. They either lost or won by 2 or more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
I don't know.
No, but you're right, because those 3 games that they lost, they've lost 3 of their last 8, or 3 of their last 9 home games. Wow. But you're right, they lost all those games by a goal.
You got to go back to December 6th to find a 1-goal home win for them. Wow.
Okay, I feel that. Okay, I get it. So in their last 16 games that they've won at home, they've covered the puck line. That's would be what we're saying. All right, let's we got to get into college basketball because I didn't put it in the schedule, which is my fault here. Let's review all action in NHL. I'll start with my action, Pete, and then you can roll into your action, and then I'll talk very briefly as to what I'm looking at adding, because it's not much here. I moved on the Lightning -1 at -105. I moved on that yesterday. 6 a.m, smoking a bat in the garage for Medicate Monday. That was what I thought was the best bet on the card. When I really dove into the card, I realized immediately that the Jackets are the best bet on the card. So that was a very quick realization. Senators -1 at -129. It's a mistake. Kachuk's out. Could have waited. I still think they take care of business. That Florida Montreal first period under 1.5 +104 I like very much. And the Red Wings first period +130 I'm really excited about. Utah -1 I think is a smash and grab again. You get to take advantage of perceived biases that that may or may not exist, but I believe they exist. So that's my action. And then what would I look to add at this point? I do find some interest in the under 6 in Tampa New York Islanders. I have some interest in the under 6.5 in Edmonton, Vegas. And that would be, and I guess, the under 5.5, I could understand. I did do this last week. I was in a situation where I wasn't sure exactly. It was a Jets total too, and it went over. I believe I lost the bet, but I moved the Jets 5.5. I moved it to 6 and used it as a parlay with another under, and it didn't work. But I could possibly give that away. Take it away, Pete. What are your additions, my friend?
Well, the only ones I've made official so far: Florida first period team total under 1 -165. Ottawa to score in the first period -222. We'll see. And then Detroit first period plus a half goal -180. Leans Winnipeg under. Winnipeg and LA under. I guess the Washington to score in the first period is something I bet. I'm not going to make it official though. And all the other games are just very interesting. We'll see how that Utah guy. I might bet that, but I'm not going to make it official. But I might tail you on that one. That's it for me, Jim. And then, of course, first period and full game over for the San Jose Anaheim game, of course.
This is going to be a fun week of NHL betting here on the show. We're running very hot. By the way, Pete, on Thursday, Bobano and I went combined 19 and 5 on 24 different one-unit bets, and those three of Pete Bobano's 4 losses were draws, at plus 350 and plus 340. We just had monster days. This is where we eat in NHL. So thank you guys for supporting our NHL coverage. And look,
what day was that?
That was on Thursday. 19 and 5. We went together combined on 24 different bets because Bowen and I kept so differently. So they're all neither of us were on the same bet ever in that card. So we're going to keep eating. Let's move on into college basketball here. Okay, I got you, G. And I figured we figured it out together, my man. All good. And thank you for rocking with us as you're at work, my man. Let's move on.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to move on, but what did you want to add?
I was just going to say, let's not go too in-depth game by game. I can just go over quick hitters for the games. If anyone has anything that they want to say, just shout it out in the comments section, and then we can just do 5 minutes on it and then move on, all right?
Yes, I agree. I would like to know the line movement. That's about it for me. So, and I do have the Action Network up, so I wouldn't mind just knowing the cash flow. But let's roll. Let's roll here. We start with the CBC College Basketball Crown here in Vegas. I wish. DePaul Blue Demons, Cincinnati Bearcats getting it started. DePaul played great. Really, really great in that Big East tourney, and they played better down the stretch. They beat Georgetown, almost took out Creighton. It was impressive. Cincinnati looked really good against Oklahoma State. And it was, a nice spot we all cashed on. Unfortunately, I was also on the under in that one. And then lost badly by 20 to Iowa State and just showed that, they weren't in that class. Here, this game pops off at 3 p.m. Eastern. We have Cincinnati Bearcats right now -10, -109. They opened up at 9.5, so a half-point move. And then on the total here, we have a 145. It's -115 to the over. This has climbed up from 141, but it's more than that. When this came out in the afternoon at other books, it came out at 137.5. So we've climbed 8 points on this total. And when we get to the cash flow, 36% of tickets, 79% of cash on the Bearcats, and 84% tickets, 93% cash on the over. Pete, your thoughts? I know you're high on DePaul on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, DePaul is a pretty high. They were terrible for a while. This year was much better for them. They had a few injuries that they still were able to play through and take great into overtime. And they're just a decent little team. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're going to go in there and be competitive with friggin' Auburn or whatever, but they're a nice little fucking team. You know what I mean? So I bet the over on this one as soon as it came out. I bet the DePaul team total over. And I did bet DePaul and first half a little bit as well. Newgwerker thinks Cincinnati's going to smash them, which, that it is a little bit of an eye-popping. This is a neutral site, and they're giving 10 points. So, yeah, you're right. It's a little bit weird. For my official plays, I'll just give the DePaul team total over and the full game team total over, even after the moves. I bet DePaul first half and full game. Those might be wrong, but I'll give both of those. The DePaul team total over right now. This is what we do in this show. We don't use stale lines, so I'm gonna have to give 67.5 -113. And for the full game, yeah, it's headed up. I guess I'm going to have to give, I don't know, what am I have to give? Well, 144.5 I'm seeing here. I'm seeing a 144.5, so I guess I can give that. Yeah, there you go.
And what was your team total over?
67.5 minus 113.
67.5 minus 113, and the over 145.
144.5 minus 108.
Minus 108. You are in business, Peter. Moving on, DePaul here. The Blue Demons. We have hit 100 likes. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. We will be giving out a Loshak in the Bag shirt here. So thank you guys so much for the support. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here in the CBC Crown Basketball Tournament in Vegas. This one pops off 5:30 p.m. Eastern. 5:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the UCF Knights at the Oregon State Beavers. UCF took out Utah in impressive fashion to start out the Big 12 tourney, and then almost took out Kansas. Lost 98-94 in overtime. No shame in that. The shame, though, comes from Oregon State losing to Pepperdine 77-73. That was a very, very ugly way to start out the WCC tourney for Oregon State. Again, do they care about the situation? That's the key. This total also climbing drastically, 160. This opened up at 158. We now have a 160. And then on the point spread here, sorry, let's get the point spread up. Oh, God, sorry. Take 1 second. Here we go. On the point spread, we have the Oregon State Beavers at plus 5.5. A huge move against them. Now, again, this came out at night. Last night this came out yesterday morning at 10:54 a.m. at 4.5. But the books that came out first had this at a 1 point spread. So depending on what book you're looking at, is this a 1 point move towards UCF, or is this a 4.5 point move? This did get to 6.5 right at show start, and it's dropped back to 5.5. So we've had a little bit of buyback. And then when we get to the cash flow in this spot, Pete, 73% of the tickets, 78% cash on the over. And on the point spread, we have 51% of tickets, but 81% cash on UCF. Take it away, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to pass on this one. This is one of those games where transfer portal and who's going to be in, who's going to be out plays a big role, and it's not exactly clear. Even UCF's top guy, that guy Keyshawn Hall, he entered the NBA draft process, but it's not clear whether he's going to play in this game or not. Last I looked at it, so it's going to be a pass for me.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here in the CBC. 6 games in total in college basketball today, and then we roll into Major League Baseball. We have Villanova, Colorado next up in the CBC. This one pops off 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The Wildcats took out Seton Hall and then got pummeled by UConn in the Big East tourney. And the Buffaloes came on late in the year. They look great late in the year. Took out TCU by 2, beat West Virginia by 7 in the Big 12 conference tourney, and then gave Houston a run. I mean, they were getting better as the season went on. Let's get into the line history here, Pete. We have Villanova -4 at -111. They opened up at 3, a 1 point move towards Villanova. And then when we get to the total for this one, we have a 147. It's really 146.5. This is -120 to the under, but this has come up from 142. And not only that, again, from the books that came out early in the afternoon yesterday, or sorry, I guess it would be the day before. So 2 days ago, this opened up at 137.5. So we have another total that just skyrocketing. We have 65% of tickets, 90% of the cash on Nova, and on the total 82 and 87 on the over. Pete, any interest?
Well, I did bet the over, but it's moved so far now that I don't know if I moved so far that I don't know if I want to give it. Villanova. First of all, their coach is gone, right? So there's going to be an interim coach who's playing here. The new coach is not going to be here, so it's new coach situation for Villanova, and from everything I've been reading, they are going to play. But Colorado, is a team that, as you know in these videos, they're kind of a scrappy, high character team. I took them at home when they were against Houston this year, and so I don't feel comfortable fading them as a dog in a neutral game spot like this. But I did bet the over, but it's gone so high here that when both these teams play well, they can D up. So I wouldn't take the first half over. That's for sure. If it loosens up defensively, that'll probably be in the second half. So I bet the full game over when it first came out. Then I bet it again a little bit later after it moved up a bunch. Now 146. It's just the problem is just that it's possible that both of these teams will come in here and care a lot in a defensive way, and then you're screwed if you take the over at a shitty line. So I bet the over.
From Spooner, he says Colorado looks enticing. So much more continuity, and Colorado is one of the schools rewarding players if they finish top 4 in the tourney with extra NIL.
Yeah, and Colorado. Yeah, I mean, it's just that Villanova is, their ceiling is very high, and now they've got, their coach was fired, and they are, based on what you read and everything I've read, is that they are going to be playing here for real. So Colorado, a very scrappy team that I don't like to fade, but if Nova plays close to their ceiling, that's not a team I want to fade either. So I bet the over. We'll see. I can't give it official at the new line.
Our final spot in the CBC, Tulane Green Wave versus USC Trojans. It's 11 p.m. late night spot here. Tulane in the AAC this year looked good, 12-6. Game back at UAB. They opened with the win over Florida Atlantic before giving Memphis all they could handle, losing 78-77 to Memphis. USC, on the other hand, struggled in the Big Ten this year, as a bunch of teams did. They took out Rutgers in double overtime before giving Purdue all they could handle in a 76-71 loss in the conference tourney. Line history-wise, we have a total at 159, another total that just skyrocketed. Opened up here at 155.5, opened up earlier at 151.5. Now, again, those are very low limits there when open at 151.5. We have USC opening up at -6 offshore. Here it opened up at 8.5. Opened up at 8.5 yesterday morning, and that's where it is right now. It did get up to 9 for a cup of coffee. We have 9 cents of movement towards Tulane at this number. So cash-wise here, we have 71% of the tickets, 91% of cash on the over, and on the point spread, we have no help on the cash flow. Take it away, Pete. Your thoughts here.
No, I'm just looking at comments here. Shout out to Troy Torrance. I see he's riding with me on DePaul. All right, Troy, but if they lose, still work with me, pal. That's just one game. That's just one game. Let me see. Oh yeah, and then I have some other comments about our poker hand, which I asked some people about, and I watched some videos, and now I'm thinking, yeah, I played it terribly, fucking terribly. Garrett Adelstein definitely would have folded on the turn, at least at worst. All right, so this one is another tricky one because of the portal, right? And Tulane has a lot of guys out, which you can probably guess from the line here. And it looks like USC's top scorers are returning. I bet the over and the first half over, and I also bet the USC team total over. If they start winning by a mile, then the defense will probably go out the window, and at minimum, USC will clear their team total over. So I like over. I like first half over. I like USC team total over. Not exactly sure what we'll get from Tulane, but I think it's a pretty good educated guess to think that anything positive you get from Tulane will be offensive and not defensive. So yeah, I'll make a few official here, Jim. I'll make the first half over official, and I'll make the USC team total over official, even though those lines are, I think, a lot higher than where they were when I bet them.
All right, USC team total over and first half over. We'll hear the line shopping there. Let's roll on to the NIT semis here. NIT semis. We get started in Indianapolis at 7 p.m. Eastern. North Texas Mean Green versus UC Irvine. North Texas had a nice run here. Took out Furman, then tough Arkansas State squad, and then Oklahoma State squad beat both of those just by a bucket. UC Irvine, showed their class in that overtime victory over UAB to have this opportunity. Also took out Jacksonville State and Northern Colorado. North Texas second in the AAC, and UC Irvine second in the Big West, although UC San Diego sure looked fucking horrible in the tournament. We get to the line history here. We have North Texas -1.5. This opened up at 1.5. It's at 1.5, just 3 cents of movement towards North Texas. We get to the total. We have a 128.5. It's -112 to the under. It opened up at 129, a half-point move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have we'll look at all three markets here. First off, we have on the spread 38% of the tickets, 66% of cash on North Texas. On the money line, 58% of tickets and 49% of cash on North Texas. And then the over being hammered, despite it dropping a half point, 93% of tickets, 92% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Pistol, our first game in the NIT semis.
Yeah, both of the NIT games, I'm not going to bet anything pregame, although live or half, definitely maybe. Yeah, I mean, both of them are great. The lines look accurate to me. If you gave me a free bet right now, I'd put it on the full game under. But and you can't really do the 1-8 first half unders for these kinds of teams because a lot of times the first halves are higher scoring than the second half. So yeah, maybe if the first half goes significantly over, I'll look at the second half under. Nothing pregame though. Lines are pretty dead on what I can see.
The next NIT semi played right after in Hinkle Fieldhouse is the Mocs versus the Ramblers. Chattanooga, Loyola, Chicago. Chattanooga has looked good. The triple overtime win over Middle Tennessee State. Took out Dayton easily and then just squeaked by Bradley. Of course, Southern Conference leaders here. The Chattanooga Mocs going up against the Ramblers, who were so phenomenal at home this season, but they showed us a couple road wins. I mean, they barely got past San Jose State on the road. Then they got past the Dons by a point on the road. And then they took out Kent State by 10 at home. They placed third in the A10 this season. Line-wise, we have a total of 147 minus 113 to the over. This opened up at 149, so we have dropped 2 points on the total. On the point spread here, we have the Mocs +2 with no vig at minus 101. They opened up at 2.5, so we have a half-point move towards Chattanooga. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have just 33% of tickets and 12% of the cash on the spread on Chattanooga. On the money line, it's different. 36% of tickets, but 54% of cash. So big bets coming in on the Mocs. 94 and 91 on the over, and it's dropped 2 points. Pete, your thoughts here?
Yeah, this is line movement is very interesting. Again, this is another one pregame, nothing, but might have something live or at the half. I was betting Loyola Chicago pretty successfully most of the year, but Chattanooga I don't want to fade. Nothing pregame.
For Pistol Pete in college basketball today, he's on DePaul team total over 67.5 and the full game over 144.5. He's also making official USC team total over in the first half over. What were the numbers that you got for that, Pete?
First half over 74.5 minus 111, and USC team total over 83.5 minus 113.
You are in business. Wager Detective on the under 129.5 in the UC Irvine game. Lex Steele, Dirty South Parlay, Tulane and North Texas money line. Wager Detective on Tulane +9. We have Nuke Worker on North Texas money line. Billy Ho, our guy L1L on Tulane +8. DC Capper on the Oregon State under 160. And it's time to get to work in Major League Baseball. Pete, we're all looking forward to watch you traverse your first MLB card here on the channel. Us as a group, we've gotten off to a phenomenal start in baseball across the board here with all of our cappers. So it's a pretty exciting time here. So let's get to work. My guy Chris Salter, thank you. Yes, the goat on the shirt. And Wine Time says, please copy and paste my action. I will definitely do that because I'm looking over at the board right now. I have Troy's action. We have the stacks plays of the day. The first stacks play of the day is UC Irvine +1.5. And then, so yeah, Wine Time. Here we go. Wine Time's full MLB card being dropped. So we will be discussing this throughout our show today. Wine Time coming off a monster start on our show, 6-1 in MLB. It is time to bring on the star of Say Hey Plays. It's his sport. It's his time of year. Looks like he's coming to us from live from the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas. Oh, but he needs a few minutes. Okay, he needs a few minutes. So, Pete, let's get to work here in MLB and roll. We start at 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the New York Mets 2-2. Also 2-2 on the road at the Miami Marlins 3-2. All 5 games for the Marlins at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. Let me get all of this set up here for us. So we get a chance to see Kodai Senga, a pitcher that we did not get to see last year. He had made one start, 2024. In 2023, he was very good. 16 quality starts, impressive. He was very good. I don't know what we're going to get from him this season, but I expect somewhere along the lines of what we've seen thus far. I mean, a 2.98 ERA, 16 quality starts and 29 starts. He threw 166 in the third, 1.22 WHIP, 202 strikeouts. Only allowed 5 home runs all season. Why wouldn't we watch Senga from where he left off? Again, it's tricky this time of year because we don't have a sample size of Alcantara, another pitcher that we did not get to watch at all. I mean, Senga made one start in 2024. We didn't see Alcantara at all in 2024. Last saw him in 2023, and it wasn't a very good season for him. 1.21 with 4.14 ERA. I mean, it was fine. Well, I guess I should say it was a fine start for him. Robert Franklin here on the Mets money line. Troy Torrance says you don't bet home dogs in this range when playing in division with a low total. Let's get into the line history here for this spot and the cash flow, and then hand it over to our guy, Pistol Pete Loshak. From a money line perspective, these New York Mets are minus 152. They opened up at minus 156. We've had a 4-cent move towards the fish. We get to the total here in this one. We have a 7.5 juice to the over. It hasn't moved, though. This opened up minus 113 to the over and plus 101 to the under. It's just minus 112 and plus 100. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have for the Mets 90% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on them. This line's not moving. 99% of tickets and 98% cash on the over. Now, every single game that we will talk about today has that breakdown. Every single game has 99 or 98% of the tickets on the over. There's only one game that has less than 90% of the cash on that over. That's Tigers Mariners. So get used to hearing that. Top Set has a SGP Mets money line, team total under 5.5 at plus 185. He's at the Hard Rock and he's on that. The fix is on the Mets team total under. Mets team total under first 5. Wine time looking at the Alcantara under 5.5 Ks, maybe a sprinkle. We saw Sandy's first game and it was good. It was against Pittsburgh. It was the opener, home opener. He threw 4 2/3. Now 7 strikeouts, 4 walks, but he was lights out through the first 4, and then he got touched up and pulled in the 5th inning. Troy Torrance says Mets moneyline parlay piece. He might also have Mets and the under 8.5 at plus 200. And this is the first leg of Kong's Nerf E play of the day, which is 2-2 plus 2.56 units. Detroit Seattle is the other one. Take it away, Pistol Pete. Our first spot on the board, we have Mets Marlins.
Well, yeah, I'm having a pretty decent MLB season so far. Mostly just tailing Troy Torrance. So shout out to Troy Torrance. Thank you so much for all you do. This one, yeah, obviously both Senga and Alcantara are having seasons where they're looking to bounce back from injury stuff. And supposedly Senga, his stats were good in the in spring training. Alcantara, his first start, he got a bunch of Ks, but he gave up walks and runs. So, yeah, I mean, it's got to be, I guess, Mets or nothing here. And I was thinking maybe like a first 3 under, or I guess maybe a Miami first 5 team total under, but is Senga going to go that deep? And you're going to get a 1.5. So those are my leans. But if Troy says Mets, that's got to be the way to go.
Yeah, this is the range of home dogs that just don't succeed. And the reason why I guess this isn't it's not a home team and it's a low total, so it can't get into the cash cow realm. Not that it has to be home for the cash cow, but yeah, I don't find this appealing here. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play today dog is coming up here. It is the Cincinnati Reds. Let me get this under MLB here. Jerry Davis says, I think Marlins' first 5 money line is a value play here. Ron Crawford, also NHL play today is the LA Kings.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. But, like, how good is Winnipeg? How motivated is Winnipeg? They are pretty motivated, right?
I was trying to hammer this home to everybody. They can't let the Stars pass them. I mean, how fast things will change. If you have to play the Avalanche in the first round, all bets are off. Can you imagine that either the Stars, Jets, and Avalanche, of those 3 teams, they have to play in the first round? I mean, you could say something somewhat similar in the Pacific. I guess you could say somewhat similar in all the divisions, that the top 3 are tough, but very, very, very difficult spot. Top set says Mets -1.5 is the play. I guess we could also pull up the and Jose Bouquet will be with us shortly. He'll be joining us shortly here, so we'll hear if he's moved on any of these spots as well. The lineups, are not obviously going to be confirmed at this point, but obviously a huge advantage with the offense coming from the Mets. But I thought Alcantara looked excellent. I thought he looked absolutely excellent. Fernando Mendoza on the Mets. Philly Eagle Flyer on the tie after 2 innings. And Troy Torrance, this is the exact number in division, line between +120 and +150 total of 8 or less. Market move towards the home team. The away team is 11-3 straight up and 10-4 to the under. So I guess the idea would be, what is our expectation of Senga? I mean, do you think Senga shoves here in his first start of the season?
All the reports are, and the stats are pointing towards, that he's good. He's back. Off season was fine. The reports, read between the tea leaf stuff, is he's in a good frame of mind. Last year frustrated. Now he's back. Stuff looks good. I'm talking myself into I don't know.
Now Sandy looked very good as well in that first start. I thought he looked very strong. So I'm not betting first 5 unders this year, only first 3. And I'm undefeated in them. I'd have to pay here for the 2. The under 2 would be even money.
All right, I'll take it. It could easily get tanked, but I'll take a first 3 under. I'm seeing -140 at Caesars. I'll shop around a little bit, but I'll take first 3 under in this one. That's where I was leaning.
Loshak going to take the first 3 under 2.5.
-140 at Caesars. I'll shop around and see if I can get better somewhere.
And I have some interest in the first 3 under 2 at even money. I could get a better line at other books. This is at 365. And we have Spooner's action. Joe Todaro says potential nerfy here. And Spooner is on Corey Seager over 1.5 bases, Royals money line, and Astros money line for Spoon Dog here. Okay, let's roll into our next spot on the board. But I think I might have my card started here. I imagine this is a great opportunity for Senga's first start. We know how well he pitched at home, but pitching down in Miami against this lineup. Troy Torrance, there's nothing you can say to get me on it. I can't do them. I went over a season long and season after season numbers here. And there we go. Jose Bouquet in the house. Jose, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you as well, Pedro. Glad you're safe and sound.
Yes.
Jose, did you move on Mets Marlins?
I have not. No. So we can just roll on through. Obviously, it's a appealing first 5 under, but fuck that shit.
But the first 3 under is still appealing to me here in this one. And your quick expectation for Cody Senga's first start?
The Marlins are just so bad, like you said. It's just an easy landing spot. I expect him to pitch well. Sandy, we'll see. Again, how many innings and how many pitches he'll throw. I was shocked to see him throw. I think he threw 90 in that last start. I was shocked to see that. I thought they'd baby him a little more, 91. So maybe he throws 90 again here, but yeah, nothing here for me. I leaned under, but yeah, nothing.
last year when the three of us were working together in MLB, Pete, you preferred Jose giving the first analysis
Yes.
after the setup. Is that the same? Okay. All right, let's roll.
Especially on days when I'm not fully prepared.
Well, Pete, you're going to copy my analysis if I go first, right? That's what you always say, you know?
Maybe. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's the age of AI. Fucking copy whatever the fuck you want.
Next up for us.
Plagiarism is nothing nowadays. Go ahead.
Oh, and Troy says Sandy's control looked way off in this first start.
Yeah,
pitched
we gave a lot of
walks. I mean, yeah.
4 walks, yeah. Okay,
Let's
roll on to the next spot on the board. 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the Texas Rangers 3-2, 0-1 on the road. At the Cincinnati Reds 2-2, 2-2 at home at Great America Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. We will discuss weather, but we also have the spreadsheet dog play of the day from our Ron Crawford. Spreadsheet dog play today is your Cincinnati Reds. Shout out to our friend Ron. Ron Crawford! Let's get to work here. Let's start with the weather in Cincy. Get this started here. The weather in Cincy, 55 Fahrenheit. Feels like 49. 5.4 miles per hour in. It gets a little lighter as the day goes on. Wow. Leonard Porch Jr. found you at FanDuel. First 3 under 2.5 minus 132. God, that's such a great price. God, that's a great price.
Thank you, Leonard Porch Jr.
Wow, that is a great, great price here. Troy Torrance says, I was on the Reds yesterday. So much nuance in the home dog markets. The lower totals are way easier to handle.
I was on that one as well. Thank you, Troy Torrance.
Let's get this set up here. We're going to hear analysis first off from Jose Bouquet and then from Pistol Pete Loshak. Nate Eovaldi, first start of the year versus the Red Sox. It looked very good. 9 strikeouts, didn't walk a batter, 6 innings, 3 hits, and just 2 earned runs. He had a strong 2024, 12-8, 3.80 ERA, through 170 and 2/3 innings with a 1.11 whip. Eovaldi looked good. Now, what are we going to get from Carson Spires here? Carson Spires was not a highly thought of pitcher coming up in his career, but now he has a chance to roll here. He had a very good spring. I don't know how much we care about that, but he looked very good. He earned this opportunity. He had a whip of 0.93. He had a 2.57 ERA. He averaged a 7 1/3 strikeouts per 9, 2.75 strikeouts per walk, and he has this opportunity. Now, we haven't seen much of Spires this year. We haven't seen much of him, but from Louisville in AAA, he earned the right to come up to the show. He looked great last year in AAA, but he got lit up as soon as he got into the show. And the same thing happened in 2023. He did the same thing, but in 2023 he showed out in AA at Chattanooga. In 2024 he showed out in Louisville, AAA, 2.51 ERA, 1.05 WHIP, and then of course that just ballooned as soon as he got into the show. That is Carson Spires, who is the starter for the Cincinnati Reds, going up against Nate Eovaldi. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have the total at 9. It's minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 8.5 and has moved to 9. So we have a half-point move towards the over. On the money line, we have the Cincinnati Reds at plus 128. They opened up at plus 126. There was a move towards the Cincinnati Reds, and a legit one. They opened up at plus 126 and went down to plus 115 at 1 a.m. Since then, we've had to buy back to the original number and more. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this spot, sorry about that. We get to the cash flow here for this spot. We have, of course, as every game on this card, 99 and 99 on the over. And then we have 75% of the tickets and 68% of tickets and 73% of the cash on the Texas Rangers. Jose, a team you're very high on. These are 2 teams you are high on this year. Take it away.
I am, yeah. Shout out to Spears. Jimmy, you'd like this, Jimmy. Undrafted free agent.
Yeah,
makes his way to the major leagues.
I do.
Come on. I mean, here's the thing. He battled for this fifth spot. Abbott injury, couldn't make it the opening roster. The Ashman, Graham Ashcraft in the bullpen now. Spires takes a spot. I generally, and again, Terry Francona, we should hit this over the head. Terry Francona is making the decisions now over there. So if you're going to trust anyone, it's going to be that guy to make those decisions. I found this game to be pretty difficult. I leaned Reds for sure. I thought minus 140 was just a little bit too much for the Rangers. But like you said, I like both of these teams. I really do. The Red Sox being 1-4, whatever it is, doesn't worry me. The Rangers playing really well was not surprising at all. I just think it's going to be a good team now. Rocker getting rocked yesterday by the Reds was interesting. But I just challenge the Reds to go out there and do it again. I lean over though. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's a low total for Great American Ballpark standards. But I haven't moved on anything here. I generally, again, trust Nathan Eovaldi. Pitched against the Reds once last year as well. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, 5 walks, and still got unscathed. A 2-1 victory there. So a pass game for me here. This, by the way, card I think is very tricky today as well. So nothing here yet for me, but I was very interested to hear what Pete has to say.
Nate Eovaldi's road numbers were not as nearly as good. No, I shouldn't say not nearly, but were quite a bit weaker than even not so much. They were weaker than his home numbers. I wonder if there's any fear of him pitching here at Great American Ballpark compared to a very pitcher-friendly park that he throws in. Pete, take it away. Rangers, Reds.
Well, my lean would be over, of course, just because that's how things seem to be going at this point in the season. And as far as the side is concerned, not exactly sure, but I don't like Spears' analytics. So I'd be leaning Texas team total over. That would be my lean. Haven't bet it yet. I might though.
Just to let you know, Jimmy, this is going to be his third time pitching in Great American. His first time happened in 2014, so just throw that out of the trash here. But it was 8 innings shutout. His last time before that was in 23, 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, and he's 6-7 loss.
Yeah, I mean, he had a nice spring, so it's going to be a pass from him. Most of these are going to be passes.
Spooner says 225 fly balls for Spires versus 115 ground balls. This guy's in cut out to pitch in Cincinnati. Now, this time of year might be easier for him. 49, it feels like, at first pitch. This is Terry Francona tapping his young pitcher on the shoulder and saying, build up your trade value. Troy Torrance says, database says Reds run line has the most value. TJ says, I think people are getting too cute here with the Reds. Line is fishy, though, moving to Cincinnati with more action on Texas. Easy, stay off for me. Excuse me. Robert Franklin on the Reds, team total over 3.5. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 7:05 p.m. Eastern, Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, this Diamondback spot is Wine Time's birthday pick to our friend Kelly McInnes. Very high on the Diamondbacks here with Corbin Burns going up against Will Warren. Corbin Burns last year was very good at times, but overall numbers were very good. 15-9, 2.92 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. It was his first year with the Orioles after an impressive 6-year career with the Brewers, and now he finds himself in Arizona, back in the NL. Then we have Will Warren. Will Warren is the youngster here out of Southeastern Louisiana University. He was an 8th-round pick in the 2021 draft by the New York Yankees. And it's going to be interesting to watch him roll. He did not have a good spring. He got touched for 5 home runs in 23 innings. He did have a nice K to walk ratio, which is something that they expect from him. But in 2024 in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, he was not very good. Again, he had 136 strikeouts and 109 2/3. That's what they are going to expect from him. In 2023, this guy looked like a stud. Came up from AA Somerset into AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre, and he was very good. He had not quite as dominant of a K to walk ratio, quite a bit worse but he looked good. 3.61 ERA. He did have the 1.30 WHIP. And now he is here. Last year, we saw him start 5 games for the Yankees. Overall, in 6 appearances, he threw for 22 and 2/3 innings, and he got lit up and smoked. Hard to imagine this being any different. Let's take a look at the weather to get things started here in the Bronx. 49 Fahrenheit, and it feels like 39. It's very cold. 9.8 miles per hour left to right, very slightly out. Dies down to 8.9 miles per hour. When we get to the line history here for this spot, we have the Yankees at plus 101. They opened up at plus 107. Slight move towards the Yankees. The Diamondbacks have gone from minus 116 to minus 109. When we get to the cash flow here, we have, of course, 99% of the tickets, not 100% of the cash, if that's possible, is on the over. On the money line, just 15% of the tickets and 10% of the cash is on the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's absolutely wild with this perceived pitching advantage that the Diamondbacks have. Of course, Yankees 3-0 to start this young season, 3-0 at home. The Torpedo Bats doing their thing. And this is the first road game for the Diamondbacks. Take it away, Jose Bouquet. Diamondbacks, Snakes, Yanks in the Bronx.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty surprising price. If I'm being honest, I expected like minus 130 Diamondbacks. And the Yankees are obviously a difficult team for me to cap, especially. I guess I just have this implicit bias against them. And I still think they're not going to be a good team this year. I mean, Torpedo Bats be damned. I just don't believe in them. They've been lucky that they've been home. They've faced a horrible fucking Nestor Cortez who came in there and was throwing slop jalop. Now you get to face Corbin Burns, who pitched against them last year, obviously twice at Yankee Stadium, 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, 1 walk. Somehow the Orioles still found a way to lose that game 10-1. And then at home, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. I think that those Yankees lineups are better than this Yankees lineup that we have here. So I just was thinking Diamondbacks here. And again, another thing I was surprised that I was shocked at how many people were betting the Yankees. I definitely thought it would be more people betting the Diamondbacks in this spot. I've seen Troy say this is the best bet on the board. Wine Time also on the Diamondbacks here as well. So I will be joining here as well. I'm going to look at the bullpen real quick, just usage-wise here. Bullpen is good. They haven't had anyone pitch yesterday, obviously, and then Sunday they had AJ Puck throw 28 pitches, but I'd probably expect him to be available here today as well. So Diamondbacks money line is going to be on my card here, Jimmy. Again, I was just shocked at how many people are betting the Yankees. My last note here, this line did flip at one point, at least at the place where we played poker at. It flipped at one point, opened up minus 113 Diamondbacks here, got to plus 105 Diamondbacks, minus 115 Yankees, and flipped back to the Diamondbacks here. Now, the line movements are always a little sketchy, I know, but I just think that's fascinating. I thought, again, opening up minus 113, I was like, oh, that's a cheap price. Then I saw when I was making the graphics, as you guys can see on the board, minus 107 Yankees. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's just nuts to me. And we've gone all the way back here to minus 110. So, yeah, I like the Diamondbacks. I'm going to be on the Diamondbacks myself, money line. I've got it at minus 112.
And are you staying off first 5 money lines as well?
I definitely thought this might be the double up spot. I considered it for sure because, and it's funny. I had it was the Reds or the Guardians. I forget already who it was, but Paul Sewald blew a game for me. And I was pissed off. And I was thinking just implicitly already, I was like, oh, well, Paul Sewald, this asshole from Arizona. And I was like, oh, wait, he's not even on this team anymore. So I definitely considered it for sure. This is a card that I don't think I'll have much action on looking over it. And if I don't, I will probably end up having both first 5 and full game on my card. As of right now, it's just full game.
For me, it would be the first 5. Again, you talked about the freshness of the Diamondbacks bullpen. Again, preseason they were ranked 10th by Fangraphs compared to 5th for the Yankees, but still with my fear of the Yankees offense. Now, Chase says, I don't care if I'm square this Yankees all day. Let them at least show a game of not hitting 10 homers before fading them. I probably want to cut it down to 5 innings. That would be my preference. Mr. Belvedere, Troy Torrance doubling up. Millsy says my Yankees will get their first L. Warren is mid. Peter Loshak, take it away.
For the Yankees game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Burns just signed a huge deal, and we know how that can be. I definitely wouldn't want to take Arizona here, and Will Warren looks very very vulnerable. So once again, I'd be leaning over.
I could see that.
Let's roll on. The contract could be a concern.
I mean, it's not like, sometimes it's a concern right after they sign it, but it's more just like an overall concern weighing there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be more concerned if he was going somewhere like he's not familiar with or, not, I guess comfortable in. But Corbin Burns basically this whole offseason was only going to Arizona. He's a West Coast guy. He lives in Arizona. So at the very least, he's going to be comfortable in that aspect. And he's pitched in Yankee Stadium before. So I agree with you, Pete, though. It is a little worrisome, the motivation.
He's just there.
What about weather being an issue for Corbin Burns? Now, I know he was with Baltimore last year, so he played some cold weather early, but, Milwaukee got to play indoors. It's during the cold time of year. Is there any concern? Now, I mean, Will Warren's not a kid, but I mean, he was Wilkes-Barre Scranton now for a couple of years. So do you have any concern about the weather? Here, 39 Fahrenheit feels like a first pitch for Corbin Burns.
I personally don't.
Oh, good.
Or both of you guys. Yeah, either.
Yeah, I don't.
I would if I had more time. I would have looked into that, but I don't. I didn't have time to look into it.
Yeah, I'd be more worried about the lineup for the Diamondbacks than I am for Corbin Burns.
Okay, I have interest in joining the fellows on the first 5 here in this spot. I'll take a little bit more time. Let's roll into our next spot on the board, and it is the Pittsburgh Pirates. Started the year 1-4. This game 6 for them. All 5 games thus far on the road. At the Tampa Bay Rays, 3-1 here at George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Take a look at the weather here in Tampa. 82 Fahrenheit. Feels like 87. It's gorgeous. 4.5 miles per hour to right field. Just perfect. It dies down to 2.7. Perfect baseball weather. So we have Thomas Harrington from Bowie's Creek, North Carolina, Campbell University. He was a first-round pick in the 2022 draft. He battled to get that 5th starting rotation spot, which he didn't get. He was just called up. But this is a kid with very, very high expectations for him. Last year, he was excellent. We watched him go from single A was 1 start, to double A, where he had 12 starts. He appeared in 13 games and 8 starts in triple A. And nothing was too hard for him. I mean, obviously, he's got a great group of young pitchers to aspire to become. But in Altoona, he was 2.24 ERA, 0.99 whip. And that whip went down in triple A. This guy has stuff. 38 strikeouts and 8 walks in AAA. I mean, if you go through, that full season for him, a little over 100 innings. He allowed 9 homers, 4 in AA, 5 in AAA. This kid is very, very good. He's the Baseball America's number 74 prospect and a very, very good young pitcher. Going up against the Wizard of Boss, another pitcher that we've had a lot of fun capping over the years. Young pitcher, right? The 12th overall pick in the 2017 draft, a pitcher that we've heard so much about as he's come up. Last year, he was 4-3 with a 3.06 ERA, 69 strikeouts and 79 in the third. It felt like he wasn't trying to do too much. Of course, he lost that whole 2023 season for Tommy John. 2022, when we saw him in 22, he was striking out more batters. He seems to have understood that maybe that's not the best way to get yourself through the game. So let's take a look at the line history in the cash flow and then hand it over to Jose Bouquet. So we know perfect weather Two young fireballers. This is a must-watch game, in my estimation, with these two pitchers on the hill. Tampa opening up -167, they're -164. So we had a 3-cent move towards the Pittsburgh Pirates. From a total scenario, we have a 9. It's -111 to the under. It's opened up at 8.5. We have a half-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, 97 and 97 on the over. 88% of the tickets and 92% of the cash is on the Tampa Bay Rays. This line's not moving towards them. Boz does not concern me. Again, we don't know what we're going to get from Harrington fully. Let's hear what Jose thinks about the young fireballer. Called up for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Thomas Harrington. Pirates Rays, Jose, take it away.
Yeah, I didn't have much on Harrington. He got, posted like this morning-ish. I generally trust the Pirates pitching factory, though. I mean, that's kind of shocking to say, but, obviously Skeens, Jones, Mitch Keller has turned out to be very good. Bubba Chandler is going to be very good. Like they just developed. They've been good at developing pitching, and that's kind of what they've been doing the last few years because they obviously can't compete in other ways. But my first instincts was under. This line went from an 8.5 to a 9, though, so that kind of threw me off. Again, maybe that's just an announcing of the pitcher, whatever. But Boz's last few spring training starts: 4 1/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 59 pitches. 2 innings, 6 hits, 8 runs, 6 of them earned, 30 pitches, 4 walks, no Ks in that one. And he finally had a good one going 3 starts back through 3 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 50 pitches here. So what are we going to see? 75 pitches of Shane Baz here? Maybe. So then we'll see the Rays bullpen, who again, traditionally you probably want out there. But they use Hunter Beige, whatever, I forgot his name already. 24 pitches yesterday. Doubt he goes. Mason Englert, 22 pitches yesterday. That leaves us with our guy Pete Fairbanks, who threw 20 on Sunday. Mason Montgomery, Garrett Clevenger, Kevin Kelly. Just not guys I want out there, especially at a -160 price, and especially with an under. So I lean Pirates. I lean over. But I just couldn't get there again at the end of the day, so I pass on this one as well.
TJ saying Pittsburgh first 5 plus a half is a gold spot. Pistol Pete Loshak, your thoughts here on Pirates Rays?
Well, I have nothing. As you know, I had a pretty good read on Baz for a while, at least for his strikeout props. Even when he would get hit, he would sometimes get the strikeouts. He should be okay, right? Jose Bouquet, his spring was all right?
I mean, I just don't think he's ready for – he's not throwing 90 pitches here.
No, certainly not. I was thinking of first 3 or something like that.
Yeah, you're going to get him for 3 if that.
I'm sorry?
I was going to say you're going to get him for 3, 4 if that, yeah.
And again, Jose, you disagreed, and I understand why, because we trust the Rays, brain trust, but you disagreed with the ranking of 24th best bullpen by Fangraphs to start the season. Because if it's a bad bullpen expected to be poor, now we believe in just because of bias, that's dealing with some, they've been used up. Pittsburgh was supposed to have the 17th or 16th, depending on where you're looking at, best bullpen this year. Does that give Pittsburgh an advantage full game?
I would say so, but it's not like the Pirates bullpen's not any better. David Bednard. I mean, again, that's the big puzzle piece of all this. They used Joey Wentz and Tim Meza yesterday. Your friend Tim Meza, Jimmy, and your old friend Ryan Barucki as well. A lot of former Tampa Bay or Toronto Blue Jays, I should say. That leaves again Colin Holderman, who threw back-to-back days, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know if he goes. Justin Lawrence, I believe that's a former Colorado Rocky. Caleb Ferguson, Dennis Santana, and David Bednard. So you're probably going to get Bednard today, but it just the more you cap it, the more it feels like an over with all these shitty pitchers. But at the end of the day, it's still the Pirates and Rays who lineups are not their strong suits, So I do lean full game Pirates, though. Yes.
And then the first 5 Pirates plus a half is a real good price.
What is it, plus 120?
No, you can get plus money at some books. 365 always screws you. It's minus 110 there. You can get plus at some books. And Richo, if you're gonna bet Pittsburgh for their home opener, obviously you got to wait because this is down in Tampa. Well, it's, maybe he's just saying I'm gonna bet on Thursday. Yes.
No, that's good. That's good. That's just funny that you got to put in that on Thursday in there, that first message, or else you look like an ass clown. But Rich,
no, I don't think he looks like an ass clown at all. I think you're being a little harsh there, Jose.
yeah, you're right.
Let's roll on. 7:07 p.m. Eastern. Washington Nationals 1-3, 0-1 on the road at the Toronto Blue Jays 3-2. Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. Here, obviously, roof will be closed.
I'd love to get a Blue Jays update from you. How are you feeling about the Blue Jays? All the good stuff.
I don't know. I'm going to be going to a couple of these games here in the next little while. I guess people are hopeful around here. The top half of the lineup looks dangerous. I mean, look, we're sitting here with. I mean, if Jimenez is our leading home run hitter at, in a month, then we're the worst team in the division.
Yes.
What, Heineman and Jimenez are the only guys who've hit homers? I mean, so look, there is some concern, but it's nice to see Jimenez get off. They kept of course, our brain trust came over from the Tribe, and they've been telling us that he has more to offer. You're going to see so much more from him, so they feel good about the start from him. But look, we need our other bats to wake up here. But there's some excitement. Barrios here with an opportunity to bounce back from his horrific opening day start. This total opened up at 8.5. It's not, and then it dropped to 8. It dropped to 8 within 3 hours, and it got right back to 8.5. So we have 7 cents of movement on the over. In this one, we have Trevor Williams, a pitcher that we know well, going up against Barrios. This money line is the Jays minus 154, open up at 156, so very little movement here. We got a best bet from BJ. I will copy and paste that. Gorky's already moved on the Jays minus 1.5 here. Thank you for sharing that with us, BJ. Let's get this one set up here and hear what Jose and Pete have to say about it. The Blue Jays and Barrios with an opportunity to, make up for that. I mean, he was so good at home. His splits have been so extreme, and then he just gets rocked. But good God, was Trevor Williams great last year. I mean, he only threw 66 and 2/3 innings because of injuries, but 6-1 with a 2.03 ERA, a 1.04 WHIP. I mean, he looked elite. And you could say, was it a huge outlier? Not really. In 2022, he had an excellent season with the Mets, but the season again was 89 innings. The problem is he just can't stay healthy. If you go back to when he first came in the league, he had a phenomenal year in 2018. He had a decent rookie year. He had a phenomenal year in 2018. Threw 170 and 2/3 innings. He had a 1.18 WHIP. But it's just that if you use the eye test, you say, God, Trevor Williams is so hittable. I could hit Trevor Williams. Let's get into the line history, and we did that in the cash flow, and then hand it over to Jose. You have 88% of tickets and 86% of cash on the Blue Jays, 99 and 99 on the over. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do we just sit back and expect Barrios to shove here after a horrible start on opening day? Take it away for us, Jose.
Yeah, this is the closest I've been to betting a first 5 under. I will admit. And again, I just need to say it out loud so I can not do it as one Jimmy the Bag would say. Trevor Williams, pretty good spring. Got up to 74, 91 pitches. So I think we'll see a full dose of him. And like you said, I like backing him last year. It was pretty solid. I'm a little worried about the veteran guy going out there for the first time, kind of working out all the kinks and such in a real game situation. And I do like Barrios to bounce back. I saw one of his post-game interviews where he said he's so disappointed in how he started, that whole thing. So I think he has the character to bounce back. I really helped mold that character when I mentally broke him during Puerto Rico versus Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic. So I think he'll come back. I think he'll pitch well. This game was just smelled of an under game to me, just really did. And I've been battling betting this under here. I think I have to stay off. If I've been battling for a while now, I think that's just a recipe to stay off for me. I don't know. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat and such. It's just another issue of just trusting this bullpen, or both bullpens, I really should say. Nationals yesterday, they used Eduardo Salazar, Colin Poche, Lucas Sims, and Brad Lord. All those guys should be available today. We'll see about Salazar and Poche because they threw Monday, Saturday, and didn't throw Sunday. Our guy Finnegan will be available. Unfortunately, Jorge Lopez will be available, and he sucks. So it's very interesting on that aspect. And the Blue Jays bullpen, I've not been a fan of for a while now. Yimmy threw yesterday. Brandon Little and Nick Sandlin all threw. Again, we'll see if they're available, but it's just the bullpens that I just am a little scared about.
Yeah, you have every right to be scared about the bullpens. I wonder if this is just like the Pirates, a Nationals first 5+1/2 spot. Peter, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, the big question is Barrios, which, I haven't had time to look into his likelihood of what indicators might be indicating his likelihood of bouncing back here. But I'm definitely not going to bet on that happening unless I see, something on the field that inspires it. So, my lean once again, over.
I think that the Nats first 5+1/2 is probably an appealing spot here. If I mean, this is a tricky spot for Barrios. Like he's just going to bounce back and be magic. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. And he can get in his head. He's such a streaky pitcher. Right away, based on his movement, right away whether he's on or not. I mean, it's easy to say that he's going to be better, but I don't know. I have interest in the Nats, interest in Trevor Williams. We also suspect that the Jays will struggle against the off-speed pitches and the mid-80s pitches, which, again, we need some statistical analysis to back up those claims. But
well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, and this is off topic, but the Phillies are apparently going to struggle against lefties this year because I watched two Nationals lefties shove up their ass already this year. So that's something I'm going to low-key keep track of.
All right. Well, I'm interested in Nats first 5. I don't know why I would need to focus on the first 5, honestly. I just feel like, the risk reward's fine. And the Nats are not supposed to have a good pen this year, but, the Jays pen is suspect, even though they did invest a little bit of money. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. The Kansas City Royals, 2-2 at the Milwaukee Brewers, 0-4. Lost their home opener at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We have my old friend, Michael Lorenzen, on the hill for these Royals. And look, you guys know I like him. I think he's a gamer. He's been passed around the league quite a bit. He was very good, I thought, last year. And he was phenomenal when he came over to Kansas City. I mean, he threw. Now we're only talking about 28 2/3, but good God, he was good. He looked very, very good. 6 starts, at 2-0, 1.57 ERA, 1.08 WHIP, and he was good enough on the Rangers. 3.81 ERA over 101 2/3, 1.28 WHIP. But he certainly stepped up once he went over to the Royals. And you guys know I like him. Then we have Chad Patrick on the other side of the hill. Chad Patrick, 4th round pick in the 2021 draft out of Purdue. So an interesting pitcher here, 26 years old. So he's expected to offer something right away for Milwaukee. Last year in AAA, he was spectacular for Nashville. 14-1. He had a 2.90 ERA, a 1.09 WHIP. He
won the Triple Crown in the league he was in for pitching, by the way, as well.
Oh yeah, because he had the 145 strikeouts. Yeah, he was an absolute monster, and we've only seen him throw 1 inning here in 2025. So now he's getting an opportunity to start, and they expect him to deliver here. Wine Time says my boy Bowers smashing the ball to start the year. He still trains with our high school trainer in the offseason. Just another kid from Marina High School in the Bigs, man. Yeah, you have so many of them. Ronnie Lofton has moved on the first 5 under 4.5, -110 in the Brewers game. Troy Torrance is on the Brewers money line, the under 8.5 here. So let's set up the line history and hand it over to Jose Bouquet here, and then hear what Peter has to say about the spot. From a money line standpoint, we have the Brewers at minus 119. They opened up at minus 105, 13 cents of movement towards the Brewers. And then when we get to the total here, we have an 8.5. It's minus 109 to the over. Opened up at minus 105, a 4-cent move to the over at minus 109. And then when we get to the cash flow for the spot, you have 60% of tickets and 58% of cash on the Kansas City Royals, 99 and 97 on the over. Look, I don't care what happened to start the year. I don't care what happened yesterday. I think the Brewers have an advantage here. You know, I think that Lorenzen is just kind of a journeyman pitcher where you have a ton of tape on him and you know what he does well and what he does poorly. Here, I don't think they know what the hell they're going to get from Chad Patrick. Now, you could say that either do the Brewers, but I think we saw last year in AAA what he's capable of. Jose Bouquet, the public backing the Royals here in the market, the line moving towards the Brewers. Is this not a Brewers -1 spot or a Brewers spot? Take it away, my man.
This is a Brewers spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm just reading from the El Dorado, but take it away, my man.
Yeah, no, this is a Brewer spot. This line stunk, giving Chad Patrick the relative unknown minus odds in general after that ass whooping they took last night was fishy. The line moving towards the Brewers. More people are betting the Royals. Maybe it's just like that gambler's fallacy. Give me the roll of the dice with a guy that I don't know what to expect from over Michael Lorenzen, who we kind of know what to expect from him. So yeah, Brewers money line minus 117 for me. Just bet it officially during the breakdown here. Troy Torrance dropping some good knowledge there. I'll read it for everyone. In conference or in non-conference, excuse me. Home teams priced between minus 112 and minus 130 with the public on the road team. Home team equals 31 and 21 straight up, hitting at 60% there, and 36 and 15, 71% there to the under there. Good notes there, Troy. Another interesting note there that Patrick was not brought up all year last year, and like I just mentioned, he won the Triple Crown for his league, the Pacific League, whatever league it's in. So I think he's got the pedigree. Another team that I trust, the Brewers, the pitching development. So give me Chad Patrick here and the Brewers minus 117.
And what do you think about Spooner saying, let's ask ourselves why the Brewers are shoving Patrick to the Wolves here? This is how you break a top prospect. They're banged up in the pitching department, have a suspension, so they're down a man. This isn't when you bring a prospect up to help his career. What do you think of that, Jose?
I think that I would rather trust the Brewers, a team that is not dysfunctional. Like they're not the Marlins. They're not. I don't think they're really shoving them out to the woods. I just think that they have enough belief in this guy. Like Chad's I expect him to be in the rotation for a while. Is this he's not Spoons? Is he not a rotation guy for you? He's thrown out here this early. I just would be surprised if they just gave him the one start and pulled him back down. So I just think the Brewers have enough faith in the guy. So if the Brewers have enough faith to throw him out here, then so do I.
Hear what you have to say about this one, Peter Loshak, because Spooner's obviously giving me a reason for pause.
Oh, wow. Well, but real quick, Pete, before you go, Troy Torrance says that Chad Patrick, or I should say that his dad says that Chad Patrick is him as well. So there you go. Troy Torrance's dad is Himothy, as they say in the streets here, Pete.
Yeah, Chad Patrick, what will we get from him? Not exactly sure. Lorenzen is solid, is decent. So this is going to be a pass. Patrick's starting because of injuries, so that he wouldn't be here if that weren't the case. But going to be a pass for me. His AAA numbers are very eye popping though.
Yeah, I still. Why not give the kid a chance here when the team has come out off of such a poor start? I guess more food for thought here. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have Jose moving on the Brewers as an official pick. Jose got the minus 117 here on
shitty price technically because obviously the Brewers are cheaper, but it is what it is.
We roll on. Next up for us, 7:40 p.m. Eastern, the Minnesota Twins also off to a horrific start. All 4 games they've lost thus far on the road at the Chicago White Sox at Rate Field. It's going to be hard getting used to that. It's just Rate Field.
It's not a guaranteed rate anymore. It's just a rate.
Rate Field now at Chicago,
Jesus.
Illinois. Let's set this one up here. We will start with the weather. Let's get the weather up here quickly. God damn, sorry, I got too many things up here. The weather, and then I'm going to set this one up, and then I'm going to have to go for a second. I got to restart the computer. I got some things going wrong with my computer here that's going to affect. It is cold. It is cold. While it's going to be snowing in Milwaukee, they have a roof. This is 44 Fahrenheit for first pitch in Chicago, but it feels like 33 Fahrenheit. It's freezing cold, and the wind is blowing in 11.6 miles per hour in here for this one. Line history wise, and I will be listening. I'm just going to, because my main computer will be on, but this one I've got to restart here. We have, from a total perspective, we are sitting here with a 7. It's not a real 7. It's a 7.5. But this opened up as a legit 7.5. And the initial move was to the over. That went away fast. But even the first time I went down to 7, it came back up to 7.5, bouncing around 7.5, 7.5, 7. This is a 7 that's juiced towards the over. And then when we get to the money line, we have the White Sox right now at plus 144. They opened up at plus 158, so we've had a 14-cent move towards the White Sox. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 38% of the tickets on the White Sox and 68% of the cash. Looks like sharp action on them. 99.98 on the over. I've got to shut this down, so I will be right back. So Jose, take over, and I will be listening.
Yeah, so Christopher Commentini dropping some knowledge in there, saying this could be an under. This smells like an under. I agree with you, and I'm trying to locate the game right now because I want to move on the under myself. I've got 7.5 minus 120. 7s are coming here. I just think these guys are going to freeze their ass off, Pete. I don't know about you. I think these guys are going to freeze. The pitchers will stay hot, obviously, because they keep moving and such. But Shane Smith, a guy that you guys probably look at in the chat and are like, who the fuck is this creative player ass name? Is this guy like, an NPC, all this stuff? Is this AI pitching? Who knows, Pete? By the way, AI pitching coming soon, Pete. I'm sure.
Oh, great. Great.
That. I know it's coming for your neck. But Shane Smith, a Rule 5 draft pick from the Brewers. I generally trust the Brewers. So I'm interested to see what he does here for the White Sox. Simeon Woods Richardson, 5 spring starts. Last ones always seem to be really shitty. I'm starting to realize the last spring starts seem to always be pretty bad for all these guys, but I tend to believe it's because they're more worried about their pitch count, how many times they can go up and down. He went 4 1/3, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks, 81 pitches for Woods Richardson. Before that, 4 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 57 pitches. He faced the White Sox 3 times last year and actually struggled against them, which is kind of funny. Maybe that's why the Twins were not a competitive team last year. 4 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 2/3, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. So I'm a little worried about that aspect, but I agree with Christopher Commentini. I mean, I'm on the under in this game, minus 120 for the under 7.5 here. So I don't love that, but like Jimmy mentioned here at the end, 99% of the bets and money are on the over here, as it is for all these games apparently, which does have me dubious, but whatever. And this line has gone from, if I can find it here again, here we are. It opened up minus 107 to the under 7.5, and we have minus 120, minus 122s, and other places are showing 7s here as well. So I just think this game screams under, cold game, ball won't travel, under. What do you think, Pedro?
I agree. And I think I will make a first, a couple of official plays here, probably first 5 and full game. I'll do both. Could do first 3, but I think I'll stick with first 5 and the full game.
Yeah, again, another first 5 under I obviously considered taking here. Out of curiosity, by the way, no run in the first inning, minus 130 in this game.
That's nice. All unders. Every under, I think, is appealing here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take that as well here. So under 7.5, minus 120. And I'm not taking first 5. So let's just shorten it down to 6 outs. 6 outs here for the under here. So under 7.5, minus 120. Under, or I guess I should say Nerfy, minus 130 for that as well. 4 bets official for me on the card. And let us keep rolling here. And that's interesting. Troy, he's saying White Sox team total. That's the bet. I don't hate that look at all. I'm assuming you mean under, Troy, maybe, because we're talking under in this game, but it's very interesting. And yes, Spoon's talking about the Rule 5 picks and what they have to do to stay on the roster and all that stuff. So he's going to stay on this roster if they want him, but we're going to see what happens here and see how it all rolls out. Good look, Troy. Let's see how all those unders play out. Next game on our card, it is Kyle Hendricks and the Los Angeles Angels, not the Cubs, the Los Angeles Angels versus Matthew Liberatore and the Cardinals here. Pretty gross game when we're talking about these two teams. I'm sure people on the X saw the pictures of the Cardinals stadium being half empty. That, franchise right now in a lull. Not good baseball being played over there. And as for the Angels, that's just kind of their state of being. Kyle Hendricks, good spring. I'm a little surprised at how well it went because, he's been in his whole career one spot, changing all that stuff. So thought it'd be interesting. But 5 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 39 pitches thrown in his last one. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 76 pitches thrown before that. So I expect him to go 90-ish pitches here. Probably go pretty deep in this game, 6 innings if he gets there. But Matthew Libb is the other piece of the equation I just don't have a good feel for, Pete. He's been up in the majors for like 3 years now. They've tried him as a starter. They send him back into the bullpen. They just kind of that back and forth. Now they're starting him in the rotation, assuming because of how bad they're going to be, they're going to keep him in the rotation this year to finally figure out if he's going to be one of those guys in there or not. But it doesn't mean I want to back him here. So I haven't moved on this game yet. Market in it. We've got 83% of the bets and 86% of the money on the Cardinals here, which is obviously a shitload. You guys know that it's 99 and 99 on the over here. This opened up at minus 128, got up to minus 140 here, and this total 8.5. Juice to the under. Juices continue to go to the under, and I'm even seeing an 8 at bookmaker here, Pete. So what do you think about this game?
Yeah, another one similar to the White Sox game. I was thinking under. Not a lot, but pretty obvious. And I'm going to look into it a little bit more. But Kyle Hendricks is a guy who, it's always a crapshoot. Not always a crapshoot, but he for his whole career, he has consistently outperformed certain analytics. And then at other times he would get crushed. So, his spring was good, right?
Whose?
Hendricks.
Yeah, he had a pretty good spring, yeah.
Yeah. This is one where, maybe if both starters are shaky, then I'll look really hard at taking a live under, but definitely leaning unders.
James the Bag has returned. I was about to ask about the under in this game and the weather in this game because all I'm seeing in the chat here, Rich O saying under 8.5, AM under 8.5, Ron Lofton under 8.5 without hesitation here. Jermaine likes the Angels money line. So it's very interesting here. I also have I don't know if it's a vividness bias, but I just remember Kyle Hendricks at the beginning of every Cubs season, especially the last two when he was the opening day starter. Guy would just roll out there and we'd think, Kyle Hendricks, he's like 40 years old. He's going to suck. And then his first start was always just a gem. Now was that, obviously pitching in Wrigley Field, etc. Sure. But I think Kyle Hendricks' first start here could be a good one as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pitcher that deals with arm fatigue during the year. There's lots of times where he seems very fadeable. So I can, I have the same bias and the same expectation that he will show out and deliver for his new baseball team. It's the wind is going to help enormously. It's 14.3 miles per hour, right to left, slightly in, and stays at that for the whole game. It's cold. He's comfortable pitching in cold weather. Liberatore has been a problem. He's just not stepped up, but then he does. He's such a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. He's when I expect him to fail, he seems to step up, and I could understand the idea here that the Angels are live. I don't know why. I mean, I can try. I feel pretty comfortable trusting Hendricks in this spot. The question is, do you feel like the market has moved appropriately? This market's been moving towards the Cardinals, and I guess it's come back. I guess it came back in a big way. So this got up to $1.04 or $1.40 late last night. So now we're at $1.32. Still a 7-cent move towards the St. Louis Cardinals. There's talk, and you read it in the chat, that there's an expectation that these Angels will be able to hit lefties this year. I don't know if this is the it's very, very risky betting early in the season without enough of a sample size of statistics. We all have a bias on a pitcher like Kyle Hendricks, and I have a bias with Matthew Liberatore. So I think that we should probably just let the market do the talking, and then this isn't live, unless we expect the Angels to hit lefties so much harder than they're getting credit for, and they've barely faced Liberatore. And then you have a St. Louis team that's knows Hendricks really well. I think that would be the biggest angle of a red flag, is that we should be hammering Kyle Hendricks, I guess, early in the season against American League foes, not against Central Division NL foes.
I'll take my chance. I'm going to roll with the under here. Under 8.5 minus 115 for me. By the way, speaking of unders, our guy Matty Ice has sent in Taint. Taint is the under 7.5 in New York, Miami.
I like your under in Minnesota, Chicago a lot.
Yeah, I'm on the Nerfy in that one as well.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm not going to double up on any game. I'm going to try to for at least, let's get to April 15th. But I want to study this Angels Cardinals spot a little bit longer. I feel just joining you guys a little bit late in the breakdown. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. And this has been considered by our Troy Torrance as the best bet on the board. And that is backing the Houston Astros here at home against Logan Webb. Again, Logan Webb's splits are as dramatic as you will find. He's, I think, very fadeable on the road. His first start, he goes 5 innings at the Reds, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 Ks. He becomes a journeyman average pitcher. You get him at home, and he is a Cy Young type pitcher. In 2024, 3.47 ERA overall, but you want to break down these splits a little more, and you see the issues that he has on the road. In 2024 on the road, he had a 4.11 ERA. He had a 1.43 whip. I mean, a 1.43 whip on the road, and at home a 1.03 whip. And it's just year after year. You go to 2023, it's the same story. And it's even worse. In 2023, he was phenomenal at home with a 2.26 ERA, 0.98 whip. You get him out on the road, he's got a 4.31 ERA. And I mean, the whip was fine at 1.18, but we just know that he's less than when he's on the road. And then we have Hayden Wesneski, who I was spending time with, on Baseball Reference again last year. He was picked out of high school late, didn't sign, was a 2019 draft pick by the Yankees in the 6th round. And I don't know, Troy knows him, better than others because he was on the Cubs for the last 3 years. He never got to 90 innings pitched in a season. He was good enough last year. I mean, he only started, so he was a bullpen piece. He was in 28 games. He started 7 of them. He finished 2 of them. and he had really solid numbers. He has solid career numbers. So why is it that he doesn't get opportunities to start? Now the Astros are giving him that opportunity to start. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and then hand it over to Jose Bouquet here. From a line history point, we have the Houston Astros at plus 109. They opened up at plus 108. This line was moving towards them. This got down to a plus 101 around 1 in the morning. And then it started climbing again. And then it dropped down to plus 102 around show start. Now we're right back from where we started. Right back from where we started. And then when we get to the total here in this, we have the 8. It's juiced to the over at minus 110. It opened right there at minus 111. We know it's a 99% situation for the over. So the only question is, what's the money line look like? And 37% of tickets, 33% cash on the Astros. I can understand why Troy likes the Astros here. Let's hear it from you, Jose Bouquet, Giants, Astros.
Yeah, I need to see Wisniewski do it. The Astros, again, one of these teams that are good at pitching development, tinkering with pitchers. So I'm sure they could pull something the Cubs couldn't get out of Wisniewski, but I just kind of need to see it first. I understand this is probably a great spot to fade Webb, maybe an Astros team total over here, but this is a difficult game for me, so I pass this one.
Do you fear this Giants lineup at all?
Not really. The Giants are a team, and shouts enough Flush Allen wherever you are. I just do not have a feel on the Giants. I have not had a feel on the Giants. I never know what to expect from them. Like you said, I don't fear this lineup, but I always think in the back of my head, do I fear this lineup because they play half their games at a park that suppresses offense more than any park? I don't know. They tried to sign Adames, or they did assign Adames, we should say, but I understand completely why everyone's on the Astros. It makes sense to me, but this is one of those bets where I was like, okay, I'm not going to make this bet and the effort to try to keep my volume down, because normally it'd be Astros for me as well. I'd be on it with you guys, at least team total or something, but not for me today.
This Giants bullpen is expected to be bad, expected to be bottom 5 in the league this year. The Astros bullpen middling, around ranked 13th. How tired is this Giants bullpen, Jose?
I will tell you right now, the Gigantes, Spencer Bivens threw 18, Duvall threw back-to-back days. Now, he's a sicko, and he's thrown like 3 days in a row, but I don't think he will throw today. 25 pitches combined in the two. Tyler Rogers will be available, and Ryan Walker will also be available. So everyone that not named Duvall should be available for them.
Peter Loshak, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm not looking at the comments section, so is Troy liking the Giants here? Because if not,
Troy loves the Astros here.
Troy loves the Astros?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. I was like, why would the Astros not be a play here? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll make that official. Plus 109. Of course. I mean, not of course, but
of course.
Yeah. I mean, Wisniewski is a question mark.
Yeah, but I mean, we know Logan Webb is below average average to below average on the road. I think there's an advantage here. Yeah. Troy saying that the Astros are in the same market as the Reds yesterday. Now, it's interesting because this is a home dog, but I guess we have because we talk about the plus 110s to plus 140s. Here is something he wants to stay away from. I wonder if this was much more appealing at plus 102 than it is to him at plus 109. He can answer that for us. Okay, let's roll on. So you have no concern with the home dog here, Troy. I'd love if you could just touch on that. I'm interested in joining. Very interested in joining. My guy Cuban Connect in the house. What up, Cuban Connect? Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have 9:40 p.m. action. 9:40 p.m. action. We have Cleveland Guardians, San Diego Padres. We're at Petco Park in San Diego, California. Let's pull up the weather there. We have 58 Fahrenheit. It's breezy. It's very breezy. 17.9 miles per hour in. It's left to right and slightly in. It goes down to 16.1. It's cold. There's a marine layer and it's heavy in. This is a real nice situation for the pitchers here, but of course we were dealing with a 99% on the over. Let's take a look at the setup here. We have pitchers that we're very comfortable with. Logan Allen here, the lefty for the Guardians. He was bad last year, all year. I mean, you just couldn't get it started. 5.73 ERA, 1.58 WHIP. He seemed to get worse as the season went on. His rookie year in 2023, he got stronger as the season went on. It was very strange to see Logan Allen pitch so poorly last year. Then we have Michael King. I backed him and the Padres in that first opening game for him against Atlanta, and he got touched up, man. He only went 2 2/3, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 3 Ks. He did not look good. I mean, if you're expecting a bounce back performance from Barrios, would you be expecting a bounce back performance from Michael King? Let's get into the line history here. We have the Friars at minus 164. They opened up at minus 153. This was a real legit move. At 5 a.m, this was a minus 174. So at 5 a.m, it moved 21 cents. Now we've had buyback, but still 11 cents of movement towards the Friars. When we get to the total here in this one, we have a 7.5. It's minus 107 to the over. Excuse the coughing. It's been like a 3-cent move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, 91% of the tickets and 93% of the cash is on San Diego Padres. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this game screams under, doesn't it, again? I think I just kind of have to move on this under. You just mentioned the marine layer. And, Jimmy, how cold is it there in San Diego again?
Freezing. It is for San Diego. It's 47, it feels like at first pitch.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is freezing there, actually, for once. And that's Texas freezing as well. Not actually cold either. But, yeah, I'm going to roll on the under with this as well. I don't love how many bets I'm rolling today. I think I'm going to stay off that under, that first 5 now in the Diamondbacks game. But under 7.5, minus 110 for me here is seemingly going to be a play. The juice was on the minus 115 to the over. Now we've switched 5 cents. Again, it's a little sketchy with all that money on the over constantly. I don't love seeing that every time. I'd love to know if that's actually real life or whatever that is. But under 7.5, minus 110 official.
Interesting. Let's hear what our guy Peter Loshak has to say about this.
No, I mean, I would agree with that. King should get better, right? Are there any injury news about him or anything like that? He should be okay. All right, he had a crappy first start. Happens all the time. It sometimes takes, timing the bounce backs from anomalous early bad performances is a little tricky. Is it the first start back, second start back? When does it happen? But yeah, I mean, Logan Allen can be good too. Yeah, definitely leaning under.
Yeah, I like that too. AM, though, says this goes over, and we have Cappers talking about what the bats have done. AM says wind blowing in from left field 18-plus mile per hour is a positive run correlation. That's very interesting, AM. I've never thought of it that way. Blowing from left field is a positive run correlation. Well, I need to take more time. I think that under makes sense. The issue here is we think that the Padres are going to be able to attack left-handed pitching this year, and they're hot right now. We're saying that it's so cold and the wind blowing in and the marine layer in effect, and Logan Allen has the opportunity to be better this season. Obviously has the opportunity to be better. Shouldn't.
Yeah.
I was
going to say quickly, I looked up Padres bats against lefties last year, just specific individuals. Their best hitter against lefties last year, Jerkson Pofar. We know where he is. Donovan Solano, Pasam Kim. Also, all 3 of those guys were top 4. Manny Machado is the only other guy that wasn't in the top 4 there, and he was at 123. Tatis, 105. But the rest of the guys, Bogarts, 84. Luis Ariz, 83. Jackson Merle, 82. And Jake Cronenworth, 57. So
wow.
That's interesting.
It is. It's I didn't quite expect the stars to be so down the list. Very, very interesting. I like it. I'm interested. Fernando Mendoza says Los Papis minus 1.5. And Troy Torrance says if you faded the line movement in markets with a low total and a home dog. You've hit at 60% the past 3 seasons. And Jerry Davis says Padres 84 weighted runs created versus 94 last year, so nothing changed against left-handed pitching, it appears. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. I'm interested in joining you, Jose, and we very much trust. As uncomfortable as we are with Logan Allen, we very much trust the Cleveland bullpen. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Tigers. These are two pitchers that I like a lot, especially Casey Mize, even though Logan Gilbert is a monster. And is Casey Mize ever going to live up to the hype is the question here. Tigers, Mariners, T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. We have the number 1 overall pick in the 2018 draft, Casey Mize. Last year, I felt like he made me money. I'd have to go over it individually. He wasn't very good. 4.49 ERA, 1.47 WHIP. I mean, he's only had the 1 year where he looked good. That was in 2021. We didn't see him in 2023. He's got a lot to prove, and surely there are some concerns for him. And then we have Logan Gilbert. We know what Logan Gilbert does at home. He absolutely shoves. He did that versus the Athletics in the opener. 7 innings, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, no walks. Year after year. Well, I mean, he's a young pitcher, but he seems to deliver at home over and over and over again. Last year, he was excellent. 2.49 ERA, 0.83 WHIP. Now, he was just 5-5 because you just can't trust the Mariners' sticks. Let's get into the line history. We know the roof will be closed. Line history wise, yes, we are fighting it, Mr. Belvedere, the best of our abilities, and we've so far fought it. I've not bet one, even though they've been cashing, of course. Here we have a 7 or a 6.5. If you want the over 6.5 juiced or you want the under 7 juiced, it's up to you. This opened up 7 minus 112 to the under and started getting bet right away towards the under. Now we have a 6.5. When we get to the money line here, we have the Mariners at minus 168. They opened up at minus 156, 12 cents of movement towards them. And when we get to the total in this one, or the cash flow, excuse me, we have 34% of the tickets and 48% of the cash on the Tigers, but the line's not moving in their direction. And this is the only game, if we are to believe the site, the action, or if we were to believe them, this is, it's changed already. Wow. So when we started the show, this had 89% of cash on the over. It was the only game that had under 90% of the cash on the over. And now we have 93% of cash on the over. So more money coming in on the over. Jose Bouquet, your thoughts, Tigers, Mariners?
A complete stay off game for me. I think that the Tigers are kind of like a devil magic team. They kind of scrap their way to wins. I don't believe in Casey Mize personally. I'm kind of out on it. I don't want to wait for it anymore. And Logan Gilbert, very good. This total is just extremely, extremely low. And we're at Seattle, and that's a really run-suppressing park. And the only possibly way I could bet Seattle here would be like a team total over, I guess. But I still don't want anything to do with an under 6.5 or under anything like that when I don't believe in Mize either. So nothing here for me.
See, I still think Mize has a really high upside. I don't think that should be taken away from him at this point in his career. Spooner says Logan Gilbert's been everything that Casey Mize was supposed to be. I think this is a big year for Mize. Why can't he be good in this pitcher's park? And Troy says we should be betting the under. AM says under 6.5 at even money. Don't need the 7. I agree with all of this. Pistol Pete, T-Mobile Park, Seattle, Washington, Mariners hosting the Tigers.
Yeah, I just echo everything you said, and it's I might have a bet on this as of right now. Gonna pass. Obviously, it's always tempting to bet on yet another good or elite start from Logan Gilbert at home. So maybe even just no brainer at Detroit first 5 team total under. I'm not quite sure if I would rate Gilbert at that level yet, where you're no brainer betting the opposite team's first 5 team total unders, but it's at home, but it's close.
TJ asking about that as well. The Detroit team total under.
First 5.
I want to get involved. I want to get involved in these unders, whether it be a first 3 under 2 or the full game under 6.5 or 7. I would like to get involved. Mr. Belvedere says, fight the first 5 under urge because these are 2 middling bullpens at this point, expectation wise. so I wouldn't be too high on it. This is the second leg of Kong's Nerfy play of the day. It's up over 2 units, 4 bets in. Kong's Nerfy play of the day, New York, Miami, and Detroit, Seattle, no run, first inning at plus 181. And when the market moves towards Mariners at home as a favorite, we see the skull and bones. And that doesn't mean the dead under. It means it's not good for the Seattle Mariners. When the market moves towards the Mariners at home.
Jimmy, by the way, I just got a message from our guy, Matty Ice, saying, fade the Tigers the day after they put up a crooked number on offense. Remember that now and for the future.
Yeah. Jimmy the Bag.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm overthinking it. I'll make that an official play. Detroit first 5 team total under. If it loses, okay. It's tough. 1.5, but favorite line, but I'll take it. Detroit first 5 team total under 1.5. I'll shop around for the best line.
All right.
And by the way, Troy did mean an under there.
Okay. No, he did mean, okay, that's what I thought. So the dead under. Okay. Thank you, Troy. My bad. That is what it means from our
RIP to that capper.
Well, there's some new information that's come out, so hopefully everybody can find their way through it all, and we can get him back. I'll dig into it a little more too. Next up, 10:05 p.m. Eastern, with the Chicago Cubs 3-4, 3-2 on the road at the at the Athletics 2-3, 0-1 at home. Sutter Health Park, Sacramento, California. Why can't they just be the Sacramento Athletics for a year? Sell some jerseys. 54 Fahrenheit, feels like 47, 8.9 miles per hour out to right field. It does die down to 6.3 miles per hour out to right field. We have an interesting pitching matchup. A pitcher that is expected to be faded by Jose throughout the year. Justin Steele on the hill. A pretty ugly first couple starts. He went 4 versus the Dodgers. Now, that was 2 weeks ago. 5 earned runs. I was over in Japan. It was during Pabapalooza. Then we saw him at Arizona. Roof open, 5 innings, 3 earned runs, just 2 strikeouts. He's not looked good. He has not looked good. Now he's coming off a strong year that was derailed by a late injury, but 5-5, 3.07 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. It's interesting that he was anointed as someone that Jose was going to fade before the season started. Not a lot of experience except for Urias against Steele, and Urias is 1 for 11. On the other side, we have Severino. Severino, who has faced a lot of these guys. Tucker is the one who's gone yard on him, but he's just 1 for 8 against him. Severino has really good numbers, except for that one long ball that Tucker has hit. Severino looked great in his first start in an Athletics uniform. He looked great. 6 innings, 3 hits, 4 walks, something we expect, and 6 strikeouts. Didn't allow an earned run. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Johnny Guns, we can talk about, just hit me on X. It's not something that we want to air publicly here. We have Justin Steele at minus 127. He opened up minus 123. 4 cents of movement towards the Chicago Cubs. And then when we get to the total, we have an 8, minus 109 to the under. It got up, opened up at 8. It got up to 8.5 a bunch of times, and every time it would come back. So it's interesting that we have 9 cents of movement on the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have, of course, 99 and 99 on the over, which we've been talking about throughout the show. We also have 83% of tickets and 86% of cash on the Chicago Cubs. Are the Athletics live here? Is this the first 5 plus a half? Very interesting. Take it away for us, Jose Bouquet, Cubbies, Athletics.
I would agree with you. This again would be traditional. It feels like all those first 5 under spots that we would be betting, or at least I would be betting, are slowly turning into first 5 plus a halves. Obviously, if it's a low scoring game, you still get the dub. All that good stuff. TJ, by the way, saying A's full game money line on his card. I also had Luis Severino on my fade list. But Jimmy, after one start, I think I'm going to take him off. I didn't factor in the I don't know what the right word is, but the responsibility of being a leader in the A's clubhouse. He's the highest paid pitcher or whatever in A's history. And I think he's taking that leadership role pretty seriously. I saw that video of him watching his really dirty sweeper on an iPad with all the other young pitchers watching him. And I think he's going to take that leadership role seriously because he's kind of an old man at this point. So I lean A's with you guys, and I'm going to consider betting the A's full game here as well. You guys know at this point, if I want to bet the A's, there's one guy in the bullpen I truly care about, and his name is Mason Miller, and he did not throw yesterday. So I do, and he hasn't thrown since Saturday. So we'll see some Mason Miller here today. Definitely has me interested in the A's. I haven't moved on it officially yet. Again, trying my fucking hardest to keep the volume down, but I think this one might be an ad.
And big shout out to Arthur Mead Jr. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. $5 dono to bless our action. It says hello to all low baggers. Good luck with your picks. AM says over easy cash. Over easy cash. Under 8.5 minus 120 here. Interesting. Mr. Belvedere on the Diamondbacks first 5 and the Athletics full game. And I think it's just a little too expensive for the A's first 5 plus a half. Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, Jose, why was Severino on your auto fade list? I mean, I think he's unless he gets an injury or fatigue, he's an all right pitcher, right?
Yeah, so I definitely thought that they would coming into the season. Now I've already taken him off, so it was the shortest stint ever, I guess. But coming into the season, I just expected him to not really care as much. He got his bag. What's the point? I don't know. Like, I just didn't expect him to go out there with as much motivation playing in Sacramento and all this shit. But like I said, I think that the motivation now is to be a clubhouse leader and a guy everyone looks up to in that locker room. And to be the guy, you got to pitch like the guy. And, 4 walks or whatever it was, Jimmy, in his first start, but his stuff looked disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, very low total. You're not getting a huge dog line here for the A's. Pass for me.
Plus 120 for me, by
the
way.
120. Jose has moved. I'm very interested in joining here. Very interested in joining. Jose on the A's plus 120. Same with Mr. Belvedere. Talk about our final spot on the board. 10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Atlanta Braves, much like the Twins, much like the Brewers, off to a very scary start. 0-5. All 5 games lost on the road at the juggernaut LA Dodgers. 6-0.
Most interesting game of the day right here for me.
And it is cool. Very, very cool and very windy. 58 Fahrenheit. Feels like 47 at first pitch. Excuse me. 16.1 miles per hour left to right and slightly out. Between 16.1 and 13.4 miles per hour. Let's get the plan of attack up here on the board and talk about these 2 pitchers and discuss the cash flow. Most interesting game on the board, we have Chris Sale coming off a rough start. Now, Jose talked about wanting to fade Chris Sale this year, and it really captured my attention. And I did exactly that. And Michael King did not pitch well. We got the cash, got the bag, fading Chris Sale. Now, game 2 for the conductor. Now, on the other side of things, we have Dusty May. This kid, God, he stepped up. Stepped up out of Justin, Texas to become a very highly thought of pitcher. And we didn't see him last year. We only saw him start 9 games in 2023, and he was electric. A 0.94 whip, 2.63 ERA. He didn't force strikeouts. He didn't push strikeouts. He seemed to pitch very much within himself. And now here he is back on the bump, facing a team that's only had in total 7 at-bats against him. Let's take a look at the line history here. From a total perspective, we have a 7.5. It's juiced to the over at minus 112. This opened up at 8. It went down to 7.5 multiple times. It would come back up. This time it's there and has stayed. On the money line, we have the Dodgers at minus 126. This line was absolutely wild. Opened up at minus 129, shut up to minus 176. And then there has been buyback, an enormous buyback, and we're now a 2-cent move to the Braves. Absolutely wild line movement. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Oh, and I didn't do the cash flow, so very quickly. 94% of the tickets, 95% of cash on the LA Dodgers, and all the money on the over. Take it away, Jose, my man. Floor is yours.
Yeah, you just said it there at the end. All the money on the Dodgers. The Braves got that line movement there late. And shout out to Preston wherever you are. He knows my odyssey with Dustin May. I've been a Dustin May guy since I started working at Pub Sports Radio. Honestly, it's been a long ass time. His stuff is disgusting. He's a weirdo. His motion's weird. Everything about him's just a little weird. But I saw Spoon say in the chat the last two times he said I bet Dustin May. He said a season-ending injury, and yeah, I'm right there with you because he has arguably some of the most disgusting stuff in baseball. He can move the baseball left, right, whatever he wants to do. Controlling it obviously is another issue, but I think he could be genuinely a top 25 pitcher in baseball. I really do. But you just said it, Spoons. The last time he was out there, like UCL done. One time I bet him, he got crushed in the head with a baseball on a comebacker done. The guy tears his damn esophagus at one point in the damn season, puts him out. I just need to see him throw innings first before I back him, essentially. Now, I was a little surprised, honestly, that they put him in the rotation. The Dodgers have options coming out of their ass, and I thought Dustin May would be a perfect long relief guy. He's got disgusting stuff. He's not been able to show that he stayed healthy, but he pitched well enough, obviously, to get the start. And again, Dodgers are a team I trust here. So I initially leaned Dodgers. And it's easy to say that, especially because the Dodgers are amazing, etc. But the line movement has kind of put me off. Chris Sale, very good pitcher. He won a World Series in this very mound. He closed out a World Series on this very mound. So I'll stay off. I would definitely be leaning towards the Dodgers if it wasn't for, I would be on the Dodgers if it wasn't for that line movement here. I would have loved for it to open up -130 and it'd be -145, -150 at this point. And then I would have considered moving on the Dodgers in some form or fashion. But this market, no thanks.
I have interest in the first 3 under 2 here. What are your thoughts, Pete?
Yeah. What's up with the Braves? Do they suck or not really?
No, they don't suck. Off to a rough start. I mean, I think this lineup, the lineup obviously is going to get much stronger here very soon. We have a MVP adding to it, but Harris, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, Albies, Baldwin, Dela Cruz, Kalanick, and Arcia.
Because I'm big. I mean, I the line just doesn't really make sense to me, and I'm significantly high on Chris Sale until further notice. But even with that, I don't quite understand why the Dodgers wouldn't be a bigger favorite.
By the way, no Freddie Freeman. I don't expect Freddie Freeman to play. Hurt his ankle going out of the bathtub or some bullshit like that. I don't fucking know. It wasn't
a bathtub.
It's a baseball.
He wasn't all sudsed up.
You don't know that. Could be lying. Could be embarrassing. Sudsy Freeman.
AM says this line is begging you to take the Dodgers. This is an absolute brave spot. And
I would agree with that.
TJ says can't do the first 3 under 2 when you have to go through Ohtani twice. Now, I did have a positive ROI fading the Dodgers on first threes.
But that second Ohtani at bats.
It's horrific. It's horrific. It's horrific. Not fun at all.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay. I mean, again, if you are backing the Braves here, I guess you have to. I think you would still want to make this a 5-inning ball game. I don't see why you wouldn't. The Braves bullpen here is highly thought of, but it's not the whose bullpen's better. It's cut the game down so you don't have to face this offense.
Yeah. And I will mention, Spoons mentioned as well, Jerks and Profar, the Braves' alleged big signing this offseason. PED is done for 80 games. So
he can't play in the playoffs.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Sucks for him.
Oh, it screws the Braves. I mean, now you have, Dela Cruz, Kalanick, and Harris as your outfield. I mean, the whole Profar signs the $1 million contract with San Diego, gets the 42. It's just such a bad look, man. It's such
I agree with you, and it makes me feel like already like, oh god, here we go. The Phillies are just going to roll to this division now. Because they've got all 5 pitchers are now pretty solid. Rangers, Jesus, Christopher Sanchez, etc. Their offense is going to be fine, and their bullpen has been pretty good. So it just makes it feel like this is a Braves year not to make the playoffs, honestly. But yeah.
All right, let's review all action. We have 7 games of NBA that we will go through quickly. I know this show is being.
Jim, I got a jet for NBA. Is that all right? I just don't have. I got to do
no
something.
problem.
I'm not. What?
No problem. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, yeah. But
you can go now if you want us to review. Oh no, but review your MLB action first.
Yeah, let me just review and then I'll jet. Thanks so much. It was a great show, everyone. Mets, Miami, first 3 under 2.5 minus 132. Minnesota White Sox, first 5 under 4 minus 120. Minnesota White Sox, full game under 7.5 minus 121. Houston, money line, plus 109. And Detroit, first 5, team total under 1.5 minus 135.
We also have a birthday pick that must go out to Kelly McInnes. Chang, I believe that this will be the first leg of a parlay that you can get from all of us. But Pete, we need you gave out the birthday pick, didn't you? Sorry.
I didn't. I said I was going to make it one of the college basketball picks. And all right. Gosh, I guess making a team total is a little bit iffy. You want to make it for a bigger market, don't you?
Yeah, I can't always parlay the team totals.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, yeah, Houston money line, Minnesota White Sox under. That's kind of just a no-brainer. Take it, bet as much as you want on it. Oh God! All right, I will take motherfucker. I will take All right, now I'll make it the team total. I'll make it the team total. I'll make it a team total. USC team total over 83.5. Minus 115 or so.
The birthday pick is USC team total
over 83.5 minus 115 or so. They'll run up, and they should run up and down and up and down and up and down. And then I'll give a different one for Chang, who needs a parlay piece.
Yeah. MMA Mad Hatter in the house. Thank you for sharing your action here. So that is the birthday pick for Kelly McInnes. Pete's spot parlay on the parlay.
All right, yeah, I guess just don't overthink it. Minnesota White Sox under 7.5 minus 120 or 125 or whatever you can get.
It's a good pick, Pete. That was going to be mine. Let's go on.
All right,
there you go. Now come up with your own, Jose Bouquet. All right, it was a great show. I got to run. I'll see y'all next week. Okay.
There he is, Mr. Pete Loshak in the house. Jose, I have the NBA card fully capped and ready to attack. It's up to you. Do you want to hang with me on it while we break this down, or do you want me to?
Sure, I'll just be on here. I'm not going to add anything of value, but I'll be here.
Okay, well then why don't you set up the line history and then I will attack everything else here. So let's roll into NBA. Again, the sample size is smaller than I've ever had in NBA. And I was succeeding with the smaller sample size. And then I went through a 6-week run that was just horrific from February 1st to March 15th. Absolutely horrific. The worst run I really have ever had units wise. And look, I can get this into the black. I expect to get into the black despite the horror show that I had. So that's the record right now, and I'm ready to attack this card with everybody here in the chat.
Last time you were here, 4-0, right?
Yes, I swept the board on Friday, 4-0 on Friday with you guys. So I'm ready to attack. I'm looking forward to attack this card. So let's get to work. We're going to do a full review of all action. I know I didn't review MLB there, so we're going to do a full review. But let's get to work here in NBA.
And I have to think of a passcode real quick. Okay, I've got it. As you guys saw, Jeff Slaughter, the Dawn of PSR, saying he's going to give away 1 free Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag shirt available right now at our Pub Sports Radio website, www.pubsportsradio.com. Go watch you can actually watch the show there. You can watch there, or you can watch on Pub Sports TV, which I will put the link to right now. But for entry into the horse race, I will open it up for everybody. Everybody can join this race, but you must put the passcode SNIPS in the chat.
Oh, wow.
SNIPS, a nickname made by love and affection, by a late circumcision at age 10-ish. So put the word SNIPS in the chat, and I will put you a horse to be eligible to win a free Peter Loshak and Jimmy shirt.
I love it.
Good times. Good times. Now let's get into this NBA. Portland Trail Blazers, Atlanta Hawks. And isn't it beautiful just seeing a wave of snips rolling in? It kind of gives me a little PTSD because I can just hear the scissors the doctor used, obviously. But let's roll into this first game here. And let's talk about the market here, because NBA markets are always very interesting. 89% of the bets, 90% of the money on the Atlanta Hawks to start this off here. And where has this line moved to? Let's find out together. We've gone from 4.5 to 5 where we used to play poker at here. Got up to a 6 at one point, then immediately came back down. 5.5 to 5 again here, Jimmy. Total in this one as well, we have 80% of the bets, 79% of the money on the over in this game. Jimmy, what do you think?
Sorry, I'm just informing the wife that there will be no pickup for Ella today by me. We can't rush this. Got to dive in and attack the board. Interesting to see how much cash is on the Atlanta Hawks, 89 and 90. But it's understandable. Obviously, I joined Dan Kelly and have the Blazers at 14-1 to make the play-in, which looks extremely unlikely. And the reason why it's extremely unlikely is the injuries, because the Suns are down Durant. The Mavericks are bad, losing to Brooklyn. We're one game away from that over 25.5 season win total there. One win away for
Shout out to you, Dan Kelly.
Brooklyn. And shout out to, yes, our friend Dan Kelly. The issue is injuries. And the problem now is Scoot, man. He's an Atlanta kid. And he's being ruled out. I was hoping, God. So I told you guys my whole plan was to bet the Blazers in Madison Square Garden to start off the trip. But I can't bet the Blazers without Scoot because Simon sometimes is off. You need them both rolling. And I'm very upset that Scoot's out. Then Ayton's out. I don't care. Jeremy Grant, supposedly he can play right now. They want to get in the lottery. They don't care now about making the playoffs. I mean, we know that Chauncey cares. Chauncey's trying to win. But this team could have put pressure on both the Suns and the Mavs, and they're not going to do so at all. Simons here is questionable. He's been dealing with this forearm issue, which supposedly he didn't say this, but they've said that it's affected his shooting. It's hurting his shooting. He's not a whiner. He's not gonna John Morant the situation and say he shouldn't be out there on the floor. And LF3 says Chauncey don't give no fucks. He's just getting paid. Look, I watch these Blazers games, and I do believe that he cares. I can understand not feeling that way either. Let's roll through this. Blazers just 12 and 25 on the road. They've struggled all year. The Hawks are a weak home team, just 19 and 17 at home, and we're at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. So I guess I would expect Simons to play. I don't think Jeremy Grant comes back this year, although it would be a nice boost that they could really use. We know Capella's been out for a while. It's Trae Young who's expected to be in the lineup. He's listed as probable, so Trae Young will be playing. We have the Blazers 1-4 over their past 5. They've lost 4 straight overall. They've lost twice to begin this road trip. The first one was in Sacramento, and then they lose to the Knicks on Sunday. They're playing at the second slowest pace in the NBA. 95 point. This over the last 5 games. All these stats are over the last 5 games. 95.1 possessions a game, shooting 45.1 from the field and 34.1 from 3. Atlanta 3-2 over their past 5, 8th fastest pace in the league. 100.8 possessions a game, shooting 51.4 from the field and 38.9 from 3. It's just the issues with the Blazers injury report is something I can't get past. I just can't get past. Denny Avdia is playing phenomenal. 33 points against the Knicks. It was his fifth 30-plus point game in March. And when I was watching the Blazers-Knicks, I was beating myself up. The Blazers were up 8 at the break, and then they couldn't score when it was, finishing time. They scored 15 points in the fourth quarter. I believe they scored 35 or 34 points in the second half, which was almost what they did in the second quarter. I believe it was the second quarter that they put up 33. This team can't be trusted. They have no depth. Delano Blanton has not become the player that I hoped that he would become off the bench. Obviously, his length as a guard defending the perimeter is something that Chauncey likes, but he's just not good enough. Back to Denny Avdia, 25.3 points per game over his last 10. He's averaging a double over his last 10. 25.3 points per game, 10.4 rebounds, 5.1 assists. He's phenomenal. But Anthony Simons, he goes 1 for 8 from 3. I thought that Scoot was going to come back. I didn't think. I was hoping. I was praying that Scoot would come back as being an Atlanta kid. Atlanta snapped their 2-game losing streak, the 145-124 win at Milwaukee on Sunday. And it's Riz Ahmed, the 19-year-old number 1 overall draft pick, goes for 36 on Sunday. The guy's rolling, late push, for Rookie of the Year. He scored 20-plus in 3 of his last 6 games. Dyson Daniels, what a phenomenal defender. He gets 5 more steals on Sunday. Now franchise record 213. The great Mookie Blaylock passes Mookie's franchise record. Multiple steals in 54 games. That's the most by anybody in the NBA in one season since Steph. It's interesting that it was Steph. It was back in 15, 16. Steph had 55 games where he had multiple steals. For Steph, I didn't. That stats shocked me. It's right Achilles tendonitis that Trae Young's been dealing with, but look at what he did on Sunday: 19 points, 19 assists. But this is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Dallas tomorrow night. I wonder, I really wonder if they are vulnerable here. I really wonder if they are. I don't know. I can't do this. I watch these Blazers games. I mean, if you can't get Scoot and Simons together in crunch time. You have, Klingon playing out of his mind. He's playing phenomenal, but when he gets into any kind of foul trouble, they're in huge problems. Saturated says, give me Avdia or give me death. A butterfly ladybug in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I guess I can't get there. Robert Franklin on Klingon, under 20.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Maybe, I'm surprised that this line isn't moving with all the cash on the Hawks, which tells me that Blazers are live, but I watch how bad they look with this depleted lineup, and there's no way I can put my money on them. So I guess I'm just off of this one at this point. So we have a final score from Cricky of Hawks 130, Blazers 113. With the pace of the Blazers and their poor 3-point shooting, and with Simons dealing with the forearm injury, I can't take an over. Maybe it'd be a team total under with the Blazers, but maybe I'm blinded. Maybe I'm blinded by, my future bet on them. So, unfortunately, nothing for me. I'm surprised it's not moving towards the Hawks. I think that's telling. And then this total sitting here at 238. Honestly, that doesn't make sense to me. It's gone up a half point just because they just saw Atlanta put up a ridiculous amount of points against the Bucks, who are also playing at a high pace. This is too many points. If anybody's watching the Blazers play, they'll go for long stretches without scoring. And they play good defense. You bring in Delano, you have Klingon in the paint, who's putting out all effort. You have the issue is Atlanta's shooting right now is just insane. But I guess, the more I sit with it, the more I don't agree with this move towards the over. I think that people are just thinking that they're going to see exactly what they saw in that 145-124 game. Look, that was the highest amount of points the Hawks have scored all season long. Huh. Okay, and Wager Tech looking at the under. Okay, well, I am interested in the under. I don't know if I'll get there. I'll sit with it throughout the rest of the breakdowns, but let's roll on. I guess I'm interested in the under 238. Let's roll on.
We roll on to Knicks 76ers. And by the way, we had 22 snippers in the race right now. Again, put in snips if you want to be in this race. Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, 14.5 point spread. Now down to 13.5. I mean, absurd line here. We'll be very interested to hear what you have to say about the injury report, Jimmy. 75% of the bets, 75% of the bets, 67% of the money on the Knicks here. That line dropping, and for the total, 82% of the bets, 81% of the money on the over here. Yeah, it feels like a 76ers spot, but that's just so many points, Jimmy. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know if we can find any 76er spots for the rest of the year. You do need Yabusele in this basketball game. He's the only question mark. Who cares what Kyle Lowry does? Then you have Cat as a game time decision. Of course, McBride, Payne, and Brunson all out. Catlist is questionable here. I wouldn't bother playing him. If he's dealing with any kind of knee soreness, this is the game to rest him. I think that's a pretty simple spot. I think that's also the reason why this total is dropping. Now, the Sixers are shooting the ball terribly, but you got to think that Cat is rested here, and that's why it's gone from 222 to 220.5. And then on the point spread, a 13.5. The thing about the Sixers is they're giving out effort. They're capable of backdoor covering a lot of these spots. 0-5, of course, over their last 5. They come in off 8 straight losses. Just lost 127-109 at home versus the Raptors on Sunday. 13th fastest pace in the league, 98.7 possessions a game, shooting 44.4 from the field and 32.8 from 3. Knicks 4-1 over the past 5, 21st fastest pace, 97.8 possessions a game, shooting the ball much better, 51.9 and 37.9 from 3. Quentin Grimes is playing very well, and he sat out on Sunday. So at least you got Quentin Grimes playing. 27.9 points per game over his last 10 and shooting 40.9 from 3 as well. Lonnie Walker came in for Quentin Grimes against the Raptors, 23 points, 10 of 18, shooting 7 assists. And then Hood Schifino, 18 points on Sunday. Ricky Council, 17 and 11. He's averaging 14.3 and 7.7. But this is our third game in 4 nights. Now, it changes a bit when you do have a healthy, fresh Grimes coming in, but Knicks coming off their 4th win in 5 games, 110-93 home versus the Blazers on Sunday. They're 7-5 since Brunson went down with that ankle injury against the Lakers in overtime. And he says he's good. He's going to come back before the season ends. He says he wants to get some reps in. But it's been OG and Bridges. Mikal and OG just rolling. OG 28 points on Sunday. Bridges had the same. He went for 21 in the second half. I mean, they were down 14 points, and then they beat the Blazers by 17. OG averaging 30.5 points per game over his last 4. Bridges averaging 23.8 over his last 5. And then Hart stepping up, doing what he does, man. 14 points, 9 assists, 8 boards. But this is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Cleveland tomorrow night. I don't see why the Knicks cover this by margin, honestly. This is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Cleveland tomorrow night. This is a Knicks team that's just not being able to show up against the best teams in the conference, getting destroyed by them. All of their thoughts have to be on tomorrow night. Cat's going to sit because of it. Honestly, I think you want all 48 minutes, and I think the Sixers can stay in this game. I hate saying it. I fucking hate saying it out loud. But I do feel that is the case. I think that, that it would be nicer to get a 14.5, but look, I think the Sixers can stay into this game. I really do. I think that all the attention for the Knicks is on tomorrow night. All of it. And they know where they have to go right after this game. Yeah, I think, and look what the Sixers just did against Portland. They just flipped the switch. And when you think you can do that, there's times when that switch doesn't get flipped. God, I hate saying this. Fucking hate this. But I think the Sixers are the play, and I want all 48 minutes. Honestly, the first half is fine too. I think this is a clear look ahead spot for the Knicks. Ugh. God, I hate saying it. Rich O says 76ers are just protecting that draft pick. Yeah, but they're not going to win this basketball game. They could play their very best game and not, win this basketball game. So, and if
just
we're
have
saying
them lose by 10,
say what, my man?
just have them lose by 10.
Oh God, I did not expect the Sixers to be on my card, but I think that'll be the situation. Now, in all honesty, I wonder if the better look is the first half, because we've seen this Knicks team just turn it on against the Blazers. I'm sure they're expecting that they can do that at any time. I don't think Cat's going to be in the lineup. Oh God, this is disgusting. How gross would it be to take Sixers first half in full game? Bet more on this fucking basketball game than on any other game on the board. Sometimes you got to hold your nose and make a bet. I'll figure out how to do it. I don't want to sit here and hem, but first half, it's probably the better bet. Ugh. My dude says, just give me Justin Edwards over 69 points and rebounds minus 156. Kripke says feels like a stay away. LF3 says Knicks were losing by 8 last game versus they were down by 14 at one point. And Rich O says that they're just protecting the draft pick. I mean, they're not going to win this game. And if worse came to worse and they did win this basketball game, nothing will change. This is a Knicks team that, I mean, they're still going to be a game back of Brooklyn. I mean, they're going to stay in their spot. Okay, I've got to figure this shit out. Fill the kill in for the shirt race. I got to be on the Sixers, and the question is just how much do I invest in it? Yuck. Okay, let's move on, Jose.
Let's move on. Phoenix versus the Bucks. No Kevin Durant. Kind of puts water on this game. I'm kind of surprised that the line is as close as it is, though. Maybe it is that classic theory of your star player, star in quotation marks now, goes down. What are you going to do about it? 77% of the bets, 71% of the money on the Bucks here. This line opened up at a 6 and is now down to 5.5, where we used to play poker at, Jimmy. It even got up to a 7 at one point here as well.
Ronnie Lofton has to watch this Suns team. He says complete disaster of a team. He's on the Bucks trifecta. And the only issue here, I want to fade the Suns as much as possible, but KD didn't travel with the team. Expected to miss a week. There's always going to be the concern that the team steps up without their star player. And if you don't believe in the heart and character of a team, then you can fade it, but it just happens time and time again. I mean, what's Booker going to go for tonight? I mean, can Booker just pick his number? Dougie Wise, free bands play today, Bucks -2 first quarter. And Saturate says, what happens when two teams you've been fading since the All-Star game face off? I mean, it's a tricky spot here. And, the 5.5 is a vulnerable line. There's been a 2-point move towards the Suns because we know what teams do when they lose their best player. They step up in that first game. This total's at 225. It's -107 to the under. It did go down to 224. Now we're back at 225. I have no interest in getting involved in the total, even though it's getting 90% of tickets and cash on the over, and the public on the Bucks, and the line moving towards the Suns. Both teams are playing at the exact same pace over the last 5 games, but that will change. And I imagine that the Suns' pace will speed up, because they won't have to, make sure that their superstar gets the ball. It'll just be Booker taking shots, Booker, and more Booker. They're both playing at 96.40 possessions a game, and they're both shooting the ball really well, but a lot of that's been KD over the last 5 games, who's been shooting the ball phenomenally well. 48.2 from the field and 39.4 are the Suns. Over the Bucks last 5 games, shooting 50.1 from the field and 37.7 from 3. So they're both offensively being very efficient. We also have Budenholzer coming back to Milwaukee for the first time since he was let go in 2023. Suns coming off their third straight loss, 148-109 at home versus the Rockets on Sunday. Beal's also out with a hamstring injury. No timetable for his return. The Bucks coming off their 4th straight loss, 145-124 at home versus the Hawks on Sunday. Just to show you how bad this Milwaukee Bucks team is with this roster, they shot 69% at halftime, 69% in the first half, and they were down 7. And that's just a bad basketball team that's not trying defensively. AJ Green missed Sunday's game. He's considered day-to-day. I just, why doesn't Booker just go bananas in this basketball game? I mean, they're trying to get into the playoffs. The chips are down. I don't, he is the main option. Now you could look at this lineup and think, who else is going to get points? Is it Gillespie? Is it Royce O'Neal? Is it Ryan Dunn? Is it Nick Richards? And that's a very fair way of, and probably the smarter way of handling it. But at this point, Booker's at 27.5, juice to the under. Why does he not go for 30 plus? I mean, it's his first game where he gets the ball anytime he wants it, and they're trying to make the playoffs. And Kripke says Booker can't carry this team. That's fine. But I just don't understand why he doesn't get the ball in every single offensive situation. I mean, obviously the Sharps are on the Suns here to step up with their first game with it. And I actually agree with it. I think the Suns are probably in this game. The problem is that it's not just the Suns that were embarrassed. It's also the Milwaukee Bucks. And if you listen to Doc, which I know a lot of people don't, he's saying that I told them if they score 120 points, they're going to win the basketball game, but they're playing such poor defense. He's just going off on their defense. All right, I guess I need more time to think about this, but the market's spoken. The Suns are the sharp side. And I think it's the Booker prop as well. I'd be very curious. I know there's some sites that tell you the line movement on the player prop. If anybody could tell me what the Booker line movement is, because it is juiced to the under here at the 27.5. So I wonder if it's gone from 26.5 up to 27.5, or if it's actually, cappers are betting the under. Saturate says fade Giannis PRA. Okay. God. And catch the last game. Robert Frank on Grayson Allen over 8.5 points. Maybe he's the answer. Robert Frank will get more run. All right, I've got to decide what to do here. I also think that I don't need to bet the Suns right after the show. How does there not buyback on the Bucks? And even if there's buyback up to 6 or 6.5, that doesn't mean the line's moving towards the Bucks. We know it opened up at 7.5. So I'm interested in the Suns. I'm interested in Booker over points. Maybe I'm simplifying too much for Booker, but I don't see how he doesn't go 30 plus. I mean, he likes this. I mean, obviously he wants KD on the floor, but he likes, give me the ball. Let me take 30 shots tonight. So I'm interested here. Wager Detective on the Suns +5. Booker and Suns is what I'm looking at. Let's roll on.
Let's roll on, Jimmy. My computer's about to die, so I might have to leave you and give you no information here. But I can tell you right now, the San Antonio Spurs are 4-point dogs here at home. 77% of the bets, 74% of the money on the Orlando Magic here. This line has been 4, stayed at 4, see some 4.5s now, but not much movement here, Jimmy. What do you think?
Well, the Spurs are somehow just a half game back of the Blazers. I mean, it's crazy how they're still sort. I mean, they don't. No one thinks they're going to make the playoffs here. Kripke giving us final score with his model 129.5 to 105 here. The Spurs are as ugly as basketball gets right now. This total down to 217.5, 217 market wide, and then the point spread here for San Antonio a +4 at home, as Jose said. Very little market movement, and then cash wise here, just 23% of the tickets and 26% of the cash on the Spurs, plus the points, which tells us that the Spurs are very live. 70 and 69 on the over. Lex Steele says Magic moneyline parlay piece. And don't forget, I won't forget, we have our Kelly McInnes birthday pick as well, and also Jose and I have to give our spots on the Chang Kim parlay. We're at the Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. Orlando 3-2 over the past 5. Slowest pace in the NBA, 94.6 possessions a game. So you combine their slow pace with their poor perimeter shooting. They've been bad all year, worse than the league all year. 32.8% from 3. Spurs are shooting the same poor numbers, 34% from 3 and 43 from the field. They're moving faster, As LF3 saying Magic on the back-to-back suck. Suffering their second loss in 3 games, 96-87 at home versus the Clippers last night. Banchero goes for 26, Wagner 21, KCP 11, Corey Joseph 10. The Magic were 7 of 26 from behind the arc. Just a real ugly performance, but they're just not put in the situations that Jalen Suggs was putting them in. Corey Joseph at the 1. Good God. I pulled out my Corey Joseph jersey. The R is falling off of the Raptors. That's how old that fucking jersey is, man. Corey Joseph is not a starter. Corey Joseph versus Chris Paul. What year is it? Castle, Vassell, Barnes, and Shohan. I mean, they're playing Shohan at the 5 right now. I mean, that's what it's come to. That you have to play 21-year-old Jeremy Shohan at the 5 because Bismack Biyombo is so weak. So for the Spurs, coming off their 4th straight loss, 148-106 at home versus the Warriors on Sunday. At home, in front of their own fans, they just lost by 42. You know, generally speaking, this is an automatic bet. You have to bet the Spurs here. They were playing their second game of a home back-to-back. You know, they lost to the Celtics on Saturday. They lose to the Warriors on Sunday. And then they get this day off here. They're down by 17 points after the first, down by 34 at halftime, down by 47 in the fourth quarter. They just didn't try. They didn't try, and so you know that they're going to try here. But it is the first of back-to-back for them. They play at Denver tomorrow night. Sandro, 14-11. Keldon Johnson, 19 off the bench, but nobody else was trying. I mean, this has got to be the Spurs early. But then the Magic looked terrible last night too. So you have two teams that both looked awful. And maybe the best thing for me to do is just stay off of it. But I don't know how this game could possibly get to the over. I don't know how are the points who's going to score these points? The 217.5 should be bet immediately. These teams are terrible. My man Jeff Arp in the house. What up, Arpy? And the third, my motherfucking dude, play of the day is Magic -1.5 at -156. Dougie White says Magic are locked in the play-in. I don't know how this game goes over. Because even if the Spurs start playing well, they're going to think, oh, we got another game tomorrow night in Mile High. It's got to go under. And I can't just back the Spurs off of a 30-plus point blowout when the Magic also looked horrible. So I guess I'm just looking at the under, and I don't find the side appealing, Jose, my friend. Let's roll on the Raptors, Bulls, saturated Chicago Bulls.
Yes, my computer is almost dead, and I have to save it for the horse race, so I've got nothing for you now, unfortunately.
No worries, I can take over. Next up for us, you can plug it in now. Why don't you go plug it in, and we will be back.
I don't even have my charger with me, so I have to save the 3% I have for our horse race, so it'll be fun.
All right, no worries.
Yeah. You can tell I've been very prepared today.
No worries. Let's roll. 8 p.m. Eastern. Here we go. Dougie White says Bulls back to reality. We have the Raptors 28-47, 11-26 on the road. Going up against the Chicago Bulls, 33-41, 14-23 at home. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. These are the two fastest paced teams over the last 5 games, and the Bulls are soaring. 106.5 possessions a game. That is a fast pace. The Raptors right there, 103.80 possessions a game. And this total has dropped from 237 down to 236, down to 235, and then comes back up to 236. On all the other spots where the last 5 games totals have either been going extremely slow or extremely fast, the market moves always in that direction, always. So to see it not move in that direction is a surprise. We've had to move towards the Raptors. The Bulls opened up -5, -111. Now they're -4.5 at -103. Lex Steele says the Blazers and Spurs aren't in tank mode. Looks like at this point right now with both of those squads that they're stuck here in their position. So they're both, going to be in the lottery. Right? They're both going to be in the bottom 8. So I think they're just stuck in that spot. Also here, my God, let me go back to the Stacks play today was the over 220. God damn. I wish I had realized that before the cap. The Stacks play today is the over 220 in that Magic game. So let's just for a second here get back to the okay, we don't have that heading anymore. So let's just pull this off. Stacks play of the day is the over 220 in that Magic spot. It's also on UC Irvine -1.5. Shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey.
Stacks. Stacks.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to message Stacks and see why he likes that over so much. And Jerry Davis says Booker's carried the team to multiple wins last season without Durant. Yeah, yes. Dougie Wise considering the Raptors' first half. Let's get back to this spot. Just 3 games left on the card. As I said, this pace, they are flying up and down the floor. So I'm very surprised here that this total isn't going with them. You have 79% of tickets and 78% of cash on the over, and yet it's dropping. They're very uncomfortable. Just 27% of tickets and 33% of cash on these Toronto Raptors. Interesting. Let's break this one down here. As I said, they're flying, and the Raptors are shooting the ball poorly, as expected. They're terrible shooters. 32.1% from 3. They're also a basketball team that, is resting players down the stretch. Tonight, R.J. Barrett and Agbaji are both being rested. Of course, B.I. out and Grady Dick out. Quickly, Walter, Battle, Barnes, and Pirtle is the 5. On the other side, it's Giddey. Giddey is the concern for Bulls fans, listed as questionable. He's been playing. I know he's beat up, but he's been playing hurt. But he's on the injury report now, a game in and game out. So Herter also is a game time decision. I didn't think Herter was going to be playing. He missed the Monday game with the thumb injury. I've heard that it's a bunch of different things that are bothering him. And Saturated says, giddy up. Sweaty Butcher says, Bulls are 3-8 with 0 rest this season. Raptors 7-3 against spread last 10 as a road dog. 5-0 against spread as a road dog off of a win. I think Sweaty Butcher is leading us to what might be the prime cut, and it might be the Toronto Raptors. Prime cut is the Raptors plus 5 from the Sweaty Butcher. Copy and paste that. Let's get this here. Beautiful. I like it. I like it. Raptors coming off their 4th straight win, 127-109 at the Sixers on Sunday. So, Walter, we've also seen Jamison Battle step up. A bunch of rookies. Mobo, Jamal Shed, they're all went for double digits on Sunday. And the Bulls are on the second half of back-to-back, but that was a really embarrassing loss. 145-117. It stays out of that 30-point loss range by 2 points. Still uncomfortable. Bulls were down 34 at the half and then started resting players. Despite only playing 28 minutes, Giddey was, 2 boards away from a triple-double? This is their 3rd game in 4 nights, but they're coming off being embarrassed. I wish they were coming off a win. I would run to the window. Wow, Sweaty Butcher. I've got all of the copying and pasting, so I will study that here as we move forward, but I can understand the look. It's just not a spot where I want to fade the Bulls after just being completely, utterly embarrassed. And also, I want the over in this game with how fast these teams are playing. But again, I'm going to wait. I need to ensure that Giddey's on the floor here. Okay, I've got to study this a little more. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, 8 p.m. Eastern. The Golden State Warriors, 43-31, 20-17 on the road. At the Memphis Grizzlies, 44-30, 25-12 at home. FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. Warriors 3-2 over the past 5, 11 the fastest pace in the league, shooting 45.7 from the field and 35.1 from 3. Memphis 1-4 over the past 5, playing bad enough for Taylor Jenkins to get fired. And Lasalo, the interim head coach, the assistant, has taken over. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. And it's a tricky spot for the Warriors because it's game 5 of a 6-game road trip. Kuminga listed as questionable as well with the pelvic contusion. Let's take a quick look and see who is expected to be in and out here for the Kuminga. Let's get the latest information. Just questionable. All right. We shall see about Jonathan Kuminga, who's become less and less important, with the Butler pickup. Ja will be in. Ja, Bain, Wells, JJ, and Zach Edey is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get into the line history here. We have Memphis plus 4 at minus 107. They opened up at what did they open up? 4.5. This got up to 5, and then it got to 5.5, and now we're back at 4. So we had a half-point move towards the Grizzlies. I do not, as much as I like the 5th game of a 6-game homestand, I really don't like the 5th game of a 6-game road trip. We also have a total here at 238.5 minus 108. Very high total. This opened up at 238, and then it got down to 236 before it came back up to 238.5. So the half-point move towards the over. And we have a Warriors team that has gone 15-4 since the All-Star break, playing very good basketball. Come off their second straight win, destroying the Spurs on Sunday. Memphis on the second half back after suffering their third straight loss in 6 and 7 games, 117-103 at home to the Celtics on Monday. They've also lost 11 straight to teams with a 500 record or better. I mean, this team falling apart. Doesn't seem like they got any kind of boost from the firing of Jenkins. Since the All-Star break, the Grizzlies are 8-13 in their third game in 4 nights. I mean, I can't quite understand why. What would be the reason why this line's not moving to the Warriors? I guess that's it. So we have a Grizzlies team coming off playing the defending NBA champions and scoring 42 points in the second half. Ja played great, 26 points, 5 assists, 6 boards. He played as hard as he can. JJJ went for 20. You got Aldama giving you 21 points off the bench. I mean, I don't see the appeal here. And I don't want the Warriors game 5 to game 6 game homestand. Memphis should step up here, but I can't trust them to do it. So this is the first spot where I'm not close to moving on something. I don't want to be involved in this one. A market implying that the Grizzlies can be in this. Kripke says Grizzlies easy money. Grizzlies easy money. And I get it because Warriors are fat and happy, but I don't trust the Grizz. Even when Ja plays to the best of his abilities, they can't keep a game within single digits. Let's talk about the final game here on the board. 10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Timberwolves 43-32, 20-16 on the road. At the Nuggets 47-28, 25-12 at home. Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. We are going to be racing for a shirt right after this, and then we'll also review all action, set up our birthday pick, as well as set up our parlay here from each of the cappers. We've already been given. I know what mine is. That's pretty easy, but I do want to maybe sit on for a minute. But it's the Blue Jackets money line. Here we go. Ball Arena, Denver, Colorado. Minnesota 3-2 over their past 5, playing at the 20th fastest pace, 98.2 possessions a game. Nuggets, same record and same pace, just a tiny bit faster, 98.4 possessions a game. Both teams shooting the ball beautifully. Minnesota 49.7 from the field and 39.3 from 3, while Denver shooting 52 from the field and 38.3 from 3. Getting to the line movement here, we have a total of 232 minus 112 to the over. So we've had a 1.5 move towards the over. Let's get to the point spread. The point spread here, we have Denver -3, minus 111. Very, very short number. Open up at 2.5, now 3, juice towards them. Oh, my pleasure, Kripke. My pleasure, my man. And BJ says all over Denver. Let's go back to BJ's best bet here, which I copied and pasted. Where the hell did I put it? How the fuck did I put it? Did I put it here before NBA? Sorry, it's just crucial information that I don't have here. I'll have to go through. BJ, you're in the chat here. I know I copied and pasted it somewhere. I got respect play today. Got everything else. I know it's in my notes, but I got too many pages of notes. BJ, can you give us the best bet again? I should have memorized it. Okay, here we go. Sweaty Butcher says, it's a tough game, but I agree with Doug White. Should be a Timberwolves spot, but this line is sharp. So let's roll. Both teams shooting the ball well, playing at the same pace. Let's get into the line history and the X's and O's. We see the -3 at minus 111. We saw the line go 1.5 over towards the over. And then we have on the cash flow, 36% of tickets and 47% of cash on Minnesota. It is slightly moving towards Denver. 83 on the over. Take a look at the expectation here. And it is the Nuggets. Thank you. Bet it last night on the money line. So it is the Denver Nuggets here for BJ. I thought it was, but I've got it here somewhere. We've got a lot of game time decisions here. And the only one that is that the biggest concern here in my notes was Jamal Murray, but he's been practicing all weekend, so we expect Jamal Murray to be in the lineup at this point. But let's get that confirmation if we can. Nothing, just listed as questionable, but he was able to go. He was on the floor for the entire practice. They were all talking about it on the floor for the entire practice. Then the expectation is that all of the other game time decisions, Gordon, Jokic, and Brown, are all going to be in. Let's check Jokic out first. Probable, so we got Jokic in. Is of course crucial. We have Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon is questionable. due to illness and a right calf injury. And this is the first leg of a back-to-back. We talked about it, but it's a home back-to-back. And then Brown, game time decision is probable. So that to me tells me that, of course, Jokic and Brown are going to be in, but and Jamal Murray I expect to be in. I don't think Aaron Gordon's going to be in for this one. Then we have the Timberwolves coming off their own malice in the Palace situation here. Was nothing close to it, of course. But Naz Reid is being suspended for a game. That's an important piece of the puzzle here that won't be in the lineup. And Dante DiVincenzo here also suspended for a game. So we have these two guys out. We have Ron Lofton on Edwards under 3.5 threes. That's an interesting look at even money. Fernando Mendoza on the Nuggets as well. And Kripke says T-Wolves got pissed at the Pistons and went off. I mean, Stewart is just so reckless out there. And I know that you want that on your team, I guess, but it's just he's a reckless basketball player. Minnesota comes in off their second straight win, 123-104 at home versus the Pistons on Sunday. Of course, the brawl or near brawl or whatever you want to call it. And now Reid DiVincenzo not going to be in the lineup here, as well as Prigioni, their assistant coach, also ejected. This is game one of a 5-game road trip. Now, these types of situations generally galvanize the troops. It's not something that, especially watching DiVincenzo, trying to get involved as well. Probably helpful for team chemistry. Denver comes in off their third win in 4 games, 129-93 at home versus the Jazz on Friday. They've been off for a while, but this is game 4 of a 5-game homestand. Why is this number just a 3? Why? Why would it be? It just makes no sense. They have the public on them. It's because of the possibility that brawl brought the team together. Why would this not be 3.5, 4, 4.5? We know that Jokic is back. This line makes no sense to me, other than these Timberwolves are going to come together. And Raptors moved to 4.5. Says Sweaty Butcher, thank you. Saturate says Nas is pretty important to T-Wolves flow. He sure is. Denver to avoid the sweep. This makes no sense. BJ says, listen to the Malone press conference. He emphasized they're tired of getting their ass whooped by the Wolves. Yeah, they should beat them here. Why is it just a 3? Corey says, because Minnesota owns the Nuggets. We're talking about a team that's going to miss 2. Well, DiVincenzo is arguable how important he is, but Naz Reid, you have a rested Denver team. It is the first half of a back-to-back, so you'd have to take them late. And my dude says because a bunch of Nugget players are game time decisions, but they haven't played since Friday. We know the look between the lines there. We know that they're all likely to be in. The only reason why I think Aaron Gordon won't be in is because of a sickness. It's not because of any injury. They haven't played since Friday. A rested Nuggets team is only 3-point favorites. It's so fishy to me. It's just so fishy. So we were saying we know that they're probable. So when they're announced in, it's going to move to 4. This is like this line makes no sense. So yes, I agree with you that Nuggets should be the play, but if I wasn't so afraid of the NBA, and as soon as I started getting really confident in the NBA, that's when I started losing this year. So Wager Tech says, are we not accounting for 3-0 this season? Wouldn't that give you more reason to think that the Nuggets step up here? Wouldn't that give you more reason for the market to move in the Nuggets' direction because they're 0-3 against the Timberwolves? BJ says the line makes sense to him. The Timberwolves are barely over 500 on the road. I just look. It doesn't make sense to me. BJ says injury reports keeping the line down again. And let me say this again: they haven't played since Friday. They haven't played since Friday. The injury report is a problem. If this team played 48 hours ago, then you'd be like, yeah, these guys are questionable. I don't know if they're going to play. They had a full practice on Monday. This makes me uncomfortable. I don't see how anybody wouldn't lean towards the Nuggets. So, And the Nuggets, the fifth, my motherfucking dude, play today. Nuggets money line minus 156. All right, let's review all action here in NBA, and then do a full review of all action on the card, and then we're gonna race for a Loshak in the Bag T-shirt. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, man. It means a ton. So I've not bet anything in NBA yet, but this is the plan. I'm very interested in the under 237.5 in Portland, Atlanta. Extremely interested. Then the Sixers, everybody's been telling the Knicks that they can't beat the best teams in the conference. They've been telling them over and over. You can't beat the Celtics, can't beat the Cavs. You're not a real contender. How are they not thinking about going to Cleveland tomorrow? I guess this is going to have to be. I guess it's going to be a double spot. Then we have Booker. I don't see how Booker doesn't run wild. And the Suns are clearly the sharp look in their first game without their star, Katie. So I think both of those need to be bet. Now, I don't know if I need to bet the Suns the first opportunity. Then the under I want in Orlando, San Antonio, but I do not know if I have the conviction to go up against Stacks. I'm going to send him a message after the show and hear why he's on that. Then the prime cuts on the Raptors +5. It goes against one of my rules of but now it's not quite a 30-point loss. They only lost by 28, but I'm very hesitant. But God, his trends all make sense. And there's no one hotter in the association right now than the Sweaty Butcher. And I have very much interest in the over, but I guess I got to trust. Also, the Bulls just allowed 145 points. You got to be more effective defensively. I guess that's what they're. And I'm not going to go up against a market move like this. And next up, Warriors, Grizzlies. That's a spot that I'm staying off of. And then I don't understand this Nuggets thing here. I don't. I can't get there. Wager Detective says you called it Knicks playing Cavs tomorrow. Yes, but will that? Yes, that is the angle. But is that going to move right towards us getting paid? It's one thing having an angle that makes sense. It's another thing is that pad our bankroll. Okay, I love it. Thank you, Justin. Okay. Okay, please don't spam the chat, Kashish. But look, I don't know you here first off. So if you hang out in the chat and you're giving angles and edges that are, putting money in our pocket, then absolutely. But what we do here is we're transparent and honest and don't sell anything, and you earn everything in here, and the people you see on the show have earned the opportunity to be on the show. So yes, let's see what you can do. So see you tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that and the day after that, and see what kind of edges and angles you're going. We'll track your action here. We're more than happy to track your action. We watch you cash and we want you on the show. Simple. All right, let's review all action here on the show. We have the Kong's Clips. Kong's Nerfy play today is Mets Marlins and Detroit Seattle. That's a +181. His Nerfy play today is 2-2 plus 2.56 units. I'm on X, Kashish. I'm on X. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today. Just add Jimmy the Bag. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today. Chicago White Sox first 5 money line at +130. Pig Milk play today 77.69 plus 18.27 units. Robert Franklin and over 27.5 points as well. We have Justin McKelvey, Stacks play today, number 1, UC Irvine +1.5, number 2, over 220.5 in Orlando in the Magic game. Troy Torrance in MLB is on the Mets -1. He's on Mets Rays moneyline parlay. He's on Mets Twins moneyline parlay. He's on the Twins and the under 8.5. And he's on White Sox team total under 2.5. Brewers money line. Brewers versus Brewers Royals under 8.5. Diamondbacks money line and Diamondbacks first 5 money line. And TJ says, where are people parlaying Nerfies? That's a good question. I'll ask Kong where they are. I've never even tried. I don't believe. Let me just see if here at 365 if I can if I can parlay a Nerfie here. So let's say a no. Oh shit, let's sign in. Let's see if we can quickly do that here. I didn't realize that was a concern, DJ, if that was possible. Okay, so we got the Nerfie here in New York, Miami, and then why don't we just add the just for purposes here, we'll add the Texas Cincinnati just to test. And I can 365 lets me parlay them. That nerfy New York, Miami, Texas, Cincinnati plus 211. Okay. He knows where they are, my dude. He's just asking, what books allow you to parlay them. So then Ross Pitts is on North Texas money line in the Nationals plus 1.5. Respect play of the day. Loyola first half minus 1.5, minus 110. Shout out to our guy Rez Mob. The birthday pick for our Kelly McInnes is USC team total over 83.5. My birthday pick is the Columbus Blue Jackets on the -1 line. Columbus Jackets -1. That's my birthday pick. And the Columbus Blue Jackets money line will be my part of the parlay for our guy Chang. And I've got it right here, Sweaty Butcher, the nerfy play of the day parlay right here. Here we go. And there we go. There, that is the Kong's Clips nerfy play of the day. We just went over Troy's action. MMA Mad Hatter, he's on the Lightning -1.5. He's on the Habs money line, the Jackets -1.5, and he is on the Red Wings. He's on Utah on the puck line. In Major League Baseball, Pittsburgh, Washington, Milwaukee on the run line, and Houston money line. Then we have here, interesting Wedge Detective. We pushed that down at SBR, and we got, and I had two guys that were perfect, Money in the Bank, and they were not interested in opening up that section of the population, which is obviously, perfect for capping, especially baseball. But it's interesting you say that. All right, in NHL, we've gone over Peter Loshak's action, and I didn't track it all, although I need to track his MLB for our show purposes. So I'm going to have to reach out and make sure that we've got all of this action here that he gave out in the chat. Jose will have to help me with that as well. So I'm on the first period under 1.5 at plus 104 in Florida, Montreal. It's a spot that I really, really like quite a bit. Let me just grab it here. Grab the actual my action. The only there's 3 possible additions in NHL, which I'm going to study a little bit more. But this is my action here in NHL, and it's a big day. It's a big day. Again, it's happened so many times so far this year, but I'm right at the precipice of the black. Lightning -1 at -105. Senators -1, -129. You get a much better line now with Kachuk out. I think the Senators still take care of business. Florida, Montreal, first period under 1.5 plus 104. Jackets -1 at -118. Red Wings, first period at plus 130. And Utah -1 at -119. Then for Pete, he's on the Senators first period, team total over 0.5. And what else is he on? Other spots here. Oh, he's on the Red Wings first period plus 0.5. And that's it. So the additions would be the under 6.5 in Edmonton, Vegas, I'm interested in. And the under 5.5, I think it's too juiced. But you know what I could do? And I might do it. I could take that Jets Kings, up to 6 and then tie it with the Oilers Vegas at 6.5. That's a real possibility here. And then I'm interested in the under 6 in that Tampa Bay Islanders spot here. Oh, it's a great idea. It's a great idea, Wage Detective. Then in Major League Baseball here, Loshak's on the first 3 under 2.5 minus 132 in Mets Marlins. I'm going to move on that first 3 under 2. We have action from our cappers in the chat. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet dog play today is the Cincinnati Reds. Wine Time Sports is on Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh over 9 at plus 105. Houston, San Francisco under 8 at minus 110. Diamondbacks money line. LA, St. Louis under 8.5 at minus 105. Spooner is on Corey Seager over 1.5 bases. Royals money line. Astros money line. I'm interested in the Diamondbacks. I want to spend a little bit more time on it, but it would probably be first 5. I'm very interested in the Nats first 5 plus 0.5, which I think I move on here. Also, the under 7.5 in this Minnesota Chicago White Sox game, I agree with. Jose's on the Brewers minus 117. I'm interested in joining him on that one as well. The Astros will be a spot for me. I'm interested in the under 7.5 in Cleveland, San Diego, although AM is bullish on that over. And then the first 3 under 2 in the full game under in Detroit, Seattle. Also adding the A's plus 120. Do I want to move on the Braves first 5? And also that Pitt first 5 plus a half that TJ talking about is another very appealing spot here. Although we have to trust the pitcher we haven't seen much from, but I believe we can do it. That is our show for today. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Now we get to race. We did just go over NBA. We don't need to do that again. So, Jose, let us race. Thank you guys for putting snips in the chat. Let's race, Jose, my friend. What animal are we racing?
Oh, come on. For a shirt, we got to put the equine athletes out there. Shout out to the equine athletes of all shapes and sizes. We had about 30 people put in snips. Light amount of snips in there. But if you didn't get it in, you're not getting it now because you missed out on the opportunity for a free shirt. Lynn Belvedere, good question and good, suggestion here. Should race for foreskin.
Yeah.
It's a good point. I wish you luck here. And by the way, to get everyone's names in here real quick, 24 people. Saturated MMA, Mad Hatter Spoons, Billy Ho, Jermaine E. Burke, Random Bozo, My Dude, J-Dub, Gorky, Tori Coker, King Al, AOD, Lynn, Robert Franklin, Ron Lofton, TJ, Ricky, Bobby, Kongs Clips, Nasty Nate, Jimmy the Bag, Phil the Kill, and Matty Ice in here as well. So shout out to all of you guys. Let's get racing. A beautiful start here for our guys. Spoons, Bets, Phil the Kill, Justin McKelvey, Gorky, all in the mix to start off this race. Saturated down there at the bottom with his snout poking out in the lead. Justin McKelvey is in here. This is Nasty Nate's best opportunity to win a race here, Jimmy. The least amount of people he's been in a race with. Can Nasty Nate come through one time, Jimmy?
I hope not. It's history we're talking about. History is important. I am moving forwardly, getting myself in contention. Coming up to Kong's Clips and King Al. Billy Ho, our guy L1L, also up there. Saturated, making the move to the front. Who has late pace? Because Gorky, now here comes Ronnie Lofton. Ronnie Lofton making a power move. Same with Ricky Bobby. Ronnie Lofton going right to the lead. Ronnie Lofton will his nose hit. There comes Nasty Nate flying late. But it's not enough. It's not enough, Nate. It is not enough. Ron Lofton out of Arizona getting a Loshak and the Bag shirt. Thank you, Ronnie, for being such a great sport, great friend of the channel. Ronnie Lofton, a Loshak in the Bag shirt. It's a dope shirt. I like it.
Yeah, and apparently that was a maiden as well.
Oh, it's a maiden win. He called it. He said, my maiden before. Wow, look at that. Ronnie Lofton calls the win and then goes and gets it.
That's a confident jockey right there.
Very, very confident jockey. We have a huge day ahead of us. We have got out of the gates very strong. All of us have an MLB. It's extremely important that we continue that. I would like to be in the black when I see you guys tomorrow in NHL. And in NBA, I know it's been it was a horrific 6-week run in NBA, but we swept the board on. I hear you, Kashish. I will check it out, my man. No, I see you. I read it. I will check it out. In NBA here, Jose, there is hope. There's hope. Now, tonight's card, and obviously the Sixers are going to be an extremely important part of this, but now, at this point, right now, we are on we're 12-3 in our last 15 bets in NBA. So let's keep that shit rolling. Keep the snip circumcision, I think would be probably the term. Shirt. We will get that.
What is that? What is that design?
Yeah. Well, I think it should be your head should be the lip that's being chopped off, and it should be you should be the doctor should be like halfway through the circumcision. We should already see a bit of an infection, and we should see your head falling off of the.
So is there going to be a dick on the shirt?
Yes,
Yes, it will.
That'll make it difficult to sell. I will admit, wearing a dick on your shirt like that.
Maybe the opposite. Maybe it'll be the complete. Maybe it'll just hotcakes, man.
That's true.
Yeah. Phil McHale says your face and a penis. Not enough people use that word. Penis. Says your face and a penis will be involved. That's all we know.
Yeah. Shout out to penises.
I don't know about that, but shout out to Phil the Kill. Shout out to Phil the Kill. Thank you guys so much for all of your support here. But we must win. We must win. We must win.
It's an imperative.
Spooner. So he's going to go for a vasectomy when he's 35. They did it when he was 10.
That'd be tough. That'd be tough. I'm the only one in my family that wants to have kids. So
that's so funny, Spooner.
That'd be tough.
Ronnie Lofton, yes. pubsportsradio@gmail.com. AOD, Ronnie Lofton, TJ Spooner, Christopher Commentini. We also need Jose's leg of the parlay. Chicago, Minnesota, 7.5 Jackets money line, and what for our friend Chang Kim?
It's a great question, Chang. Shout out to you. This is more. You know what, Chang? I like you, but this is for Kelly. This is for Kelly McInnes. Happy birthday to Kelly. I'll give you your birthday pick today. Now, luckily for you, Kelly, it's not the Red Sox because they don't play today. Expect them to have a nice few weeks here coming up soon. Peter already gave you the under in the Minnesota Twins White Sox game, which I liked very much. You've already gotten the Arizona Diamondbacks, Kelly, as well from Wine. So I will join the Milwaukee Brewers bandwagon there. You can take the Milwaukee Brewers minus 117 as my best bet of the day. Chang, you too, you can take that as well. But for Kelly, happy birthday, my guy Kelly. Nice to see him in the chat every day, almost. And I trust my guy Chad Patrick today.
Yeah, I'm excited about that one. I'm excited about getting my action in MLB. I was so successful Thursday and Friday that I just shut down. Because Jose, maybe it takes a village to beat MLB.
Maybe it does.
On myself. Maybe it takes a village, and if it does, I got the village. So let's fucking take a break. Take a solo break and get back on Tuesday. So 5-2 on Thursday, 5-2 on Friday. And that's with an average line now, 14D, but plus 103. I'm right where I want to be.
My favorite wrinkle of the show now is seeing your computer wobble on the bottom of your screen. Now, it makes me feel like you're like in an earthquake scenario and you're just, you're like in a perilous situation, but you capped through it anyways.
No, you're right. I got to move it back a little bit. I did move the camera back a little bit. I got to fix that.
People are asking, by the way, Jimmy, if we're ever going to get the shelves back.
Yeah. No, I've got the shelves. They're right there. I just need someone to put them in.
Okay. Fair enough. Not flush. We need you.
Nate. Yeah, no, Arpy. Jeff Arp. He's in the chat. He's going to come.
Jeff Arp. We need you, Arpy.
Yeah.
Someone put these shelves up.
On behalf of all of us, Pub Sport Radio, thank you guys so much for supporting us. And hopefully, working together, we can give back to you guys winners, because that's what you guys all deserve. Ronnie Lofton, Chris Commentini, Wager Detective, AOD, Morgan Spooner, Phil the Kill, Dougie Wise, Billy Ho, Kashish Goyal. What a great group. Crick Key, Tori Coker, Nasty Nate, Jermaine, Old E, Fernando Mendoza, Sean Pulliam. Our guy Sharon in the house. What a great guy he is, man. Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian, Mr. Belvedere, Lex Steele, Jerry Davis, the Sweaty Butcher, Rich O, Res Mob, TJ, all of you guys, man. Thank you so much for your support. Tank Cobb. Thank you, guys. Now, let's go get that cash. Kripke's best bet is the Grizz at +5. It's the Grizz at +5. Satchel says, how many cappers does it take to hang shelves? That's the
same amount it takes to cap MLB.
A village.
Yes.
Jose, can you bust our action and take us home?
Yes, shout out to you guys. Let's go make some money today. It's a heavy day of baseball now for me on a slate that I didn't like very much. So it's going to be fun to see the results. Until then, let's leche. A little milk makers. Milk that shit.